Audio's off. That's... You know, it was great just a few seconds ago. Listen to that. It's okay, let's try our temporary fix. Hang on. Enjoy a shot of the back of my monitor. The homeworld ship. There we go. Turn it down a little bit. Yep, that should be good. I should have nothing here. Yep. Ladies and gentlemen, make sure you get your guesses in on this one. I am more curious about this one than any of the others I've decided. Because this is a perfect example of a game I have very fond memories of, and I used to replay the crap out of. I have beaten this game many times, I've attempted speedruns of it, I have watched speedruns of it. But as we've talked about many times, I have no idea if it's actually going to be good or bad or in between. No, Narset, we don't really... So, one thing I want to do eventually is like an average series score. But that's more a later thing. It's funny you asked that, Leander. If you type into chat right now, !guess, and you'll go ahead and pull up the spreadsheet. If you look on that spreadsheet, I have a guide in numbers for what is considered good, bad, and in between. Not that you'd know that, having never looked at the sheet, of course, but... But, for the people who are, you know, not able to do that or watching the VOD, for anybody curious, anything below 0 is a bad game, period. Anything at 0 is a complete neutral. Anything above 0 is a net positive. About 40-ish is an averagely good game. About 80-ish is what I would consider a very good game. 120-ish is where we get to the masterpiece range. And the rare 200 pluses, those are the best of the best. We'll see how this one does. We'll be doing normal again. I have beaten the Sun Titan. It's a trip. That's why we don't even do the guessing game for MMOs, Loner. There's only been one game ever that's below -100, and that's FF14 1.0. And even that was kind of a hypothetical.
By defeating Ares, Kratos, the once mortal warrior, became the new god of war. However, Kratos soon found himself alone on Olympus, shunned by his fellow gods. But Kratos had no need for the love of petty gods. He had found a new family in the warriors of Sparta, gaining solace from his past in the carnage of battle.
My lord, Kratos! Another city is ready to fall! Soon all shall know the glory of Sparta!
Hey, Captain Zeus.
Kratos. With every city you destroy, the wrath of Olympus grows. Soon I will no longer be able to protect you.
I need no protection.
Do not forget that it was I who made you a god, Ghost of Sparta. Do not turn your back on me.
I owe you nothing.
Then you leave me no choice.
Kratos had turned the pain of his memories into hatred. Hatred for the gods, who had refused to free him from the nightmares of his past deeds. And so he went to Rhodes to deliver the final blow to the besieged city.
I mean, Athena was a dick in the first game if you were paying attention.
Athena! You conspire against me!
See all those people that are being horribly killed by the deity who's trying to help them? Just making the point. I love the slow awakening and turning of the Colossus in the background. God, that's so cool. And of course, it brutally, horribly kills everyone on its way back. Not on purpose. This is what we call eldritch horror, and I mean that. Uncaring evil is what that's called.
Athena! You will!
It's when you kill someone because you don't even notice they're there. There's going to be a lot of that in this one. I'm going to already give a positive for this because that was legit right there. The cinematography of this series is pretty damn good, pretty much from this point onwards. It's one of the things I love so much about God of War 4, for that matter. Oh, so there's actually a remaster in this remaster, Django. Holy crowley. Oh, well, that sucks. 0 pluses for remaster. I mean, did they even change anything? Jesus. This is just a port at this point. Actually, in all sincerity, I would call the God of War 1 remaster a port, because it is. Oh yeah, speaking of which, we only gave 1 plus to music for the first game. We're probably going to give more than 1 to this one. Someone yesterday was talking about how God of War 2 is just God of War 1, but better. I'm not sure why the word just was being used there, though. Might as well just call that Mega Man 2 effect. Oh, they were. I don't know if you were there back then, Damashi, but you remember when Final Fantasy X came out on the PS3? The HD remaster? And I went out of my way to call it the Hardly Different remaster, because it was just a port. Yeah. So yes, this is what we call a taste of power, what we're about to do. And it's gonna be fun. I'm looking forward to it. As soon as I finish having my glasses capable of being seen through. It's kind of important. Not hugely important, yeah, just kind of important. Oh my god! Get off my glasses! Well, yeah, this is the FF12 of the God of War series. Okay. Oh, yeah, our Athena's blades are just at max. A lot of our spells are locked, but we seem to have maxed out Poseidon's Rage. Huh.
Don't let him open the door!
Don't mind the Colossus trying to get in the background over there.
The battle is ours!
Just to show off the... Oh, I thought... Okay, hang on. There we go.
The battle is ours!
That was my favorite attack in this game. With this weapon. Obviously, we'll be getting a few more weapons. That is just such a lovely whirlwind. That one's a little bit snappier now. Which actually, it's such a minor change, but it's a lot better for your control over when you get off the last impact, which is the stun.
He still has some of the powers of a god!
The hyper juggle. Well, hang on, Eva. Let me finish coughing a bit. Okay, we're okay. We're cool. Oh, right. They changed it. Oh, Jesus. Muscle memory. I mean, God of War 1 didn't exactly control badly, but this already feels better. That's one thing I do like about comparing these kind of games side by side. It's one of the reasons I try to do that whenever I can. Because the side-by-side comparison is so valuable to me as a reviewer. This is so much better than God of War 1, and it's not even that different, it's just more refined. Bam! Look at that. This also is probably going to get more than one positive for viscerality. Squishy, squishy. Hey, buddy. Oh, no. Listen, Rhodes is just amazing. Okay, I think that's actually a bug, but whatever. You can turn off the tutorials, by the way. It even tells you, it tutorializes you can turn off the tutorials. I decided to leave it on because I'm curious how invasive it is. But the fact that you can turn it off automatically means it's not going to be a negative, so. If you're paying attention, by the way, a lot of... Yeah, thank you. A lot of this stuff is actually being tutorialized through gameplay, not just the fact that you have a message popping up telling you how to do things. So that's cool. Did you notice, by the way, he literally grabs soldiers to throw at you? Just grabs soldiers on his own side to throw at you. Oh yeah, I'm already grinning. I'm already grinning. I needed this. Especially having just finished that frickin' Hades section. Oh my god. As bad as I remembered, it still sucked. But you notice how there's... It's hard to explain. There's the timing, what do they call that? The animation delay between attacks is smaller in this game than in the first game. What that means practically for you, the player, is if you try to quickly react to something, you can do so more. So, let me explain that really quick. So, let's say you do a swing. Wah! In the first game, it was wah! And then dodge, right? In this game, it's more like wah! Dodge. It's just shrunk slightly, but it's enough to give you what I always appreciate, which is more control over the game. More of it's on you, the player, and I like that. It's okay, Zach Taft. We're going to send the Colossus of Rhodes after him. It's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. Hey, buddy! By the way, I don't know if you even saw this, but you can actually start that move in the middle of a combo. Because why not? God, I love this freaking game. So I'm going to try not to gush as much as I'm already gushing, but, it's going to be hard. This game is, I mean, it's God of War 2. What do you freaking want from me? When we talk about a bad game, well, let's play God of War 3. I'm joking. I'm joking. Hopefully. Okay, let's go ahead and do this. Yep. Gameplay negative. So, most of the QTEs in this game are randomized, except for these ones. All the QTEs during the intro are not random. They're all static. Oh, dude, the cestas. Although I prefer the lightning whip, but still. So, PG-13 warning. I'm just gonna show it off. I didn't even know this was here until, like, my 5th time playing. Come on.
Hi there.
So here's the sex minigame. This is it, by the way. So here's your PG-13 for the game. Yeah, that's just stupid. And we're done. No, I'm not actually doing it. They do bring one. It's called plasticine. Yeah, there's no reason to do it in this one. Like, literally no reason. Come on, there we go. And I don't remember if there's actually a practical, tangible reason to do it in the third game. With Aphrodite? I believe that's the only one in this game, Act. Yes. Ah, okay. God, it was R2 in the last game. It's R1 in this one. I keep screwing that up. So they added grappling as a mechanic. Saving. Let's see how quick save time is. Looks like the same time. That's fine, I guess. I actually don't know about the PG-13 moments in the PSP games. There is none in 4. Because, you know, 4 is a good game. Sorry. Boop. Kratos has no need of bridges! I don't know, Blade Tribal. I'm the wrong person to ask that.
Show no mercy!
Here's these things you've been doing this whole time, but you can do them and now. So that's the wonderful whirlwind of death. Then there's that thing. That's the I want to. So this attack has an extremely high chance to hyper juggle, and as you can see, I have a huge amount of control. Look at that. Again, it's almost a 90-degree change in mid-swing that I could redirect it, which is awesome. Yeah, by the way, can we get a round of applause for the soldiers who are charging Kratos? Kratos! Oh no! He found me. I don't know how, but he found me. I don't think I actually have that attack yet, Leander, but I know the one you're talking about. We still haven't taken any damage. Speaking of which, so again, a micro-optimization. You notice how the ability to move here is not only slightly faster, but the delay time in between doing those jumps is shorter, meaning it's a lot snappier to do the climbing mechanisms. Little stuff like that is why this game is just so much better than the first one. Excuse me. Oh, that, okay. Oh yeah, I guess we could go and do this. This will just absolutely Shrek him.
None shall defy me.
There we go. Now, one thing you can do, which I only know because of speedruns, let me see if I can actually pull it off here.
I am the god of war. None shall defy me. I will make you suffer.
You can still hit him while he's doing his recovery thing. Oh, nope, I screwed it up.
I am the god of war!
You can actually prevent him from even doing his counterattack entirely. Yeah, exactly, Leander. This game trims the fat hard from the first game. Boop-a-doop-boop-boo. Also, the timing on these is more forgiving in general than in the first game, which is another micro-optimization. It basically makes the QTEs much less of a problem than they were. Oh yeah, color palette is literally already better than the first game. Literally already better. I actually gave a negative for the general stiffness of the first game. Just one. But the first game was kind of, you know, stiff. There was little, you know, issues which I'm praising this game for not having the first game had, which dragged it down a bit. Oh, yeah, by the way, this thing has a colossal range. No pun intended.
I will make you suffer.
Oh, I actually screwed that up. That's on me. I timed that wrong by like a second. There we go. You know, some people have to pay for these kind of scars. Just giving you some sweet tats here. Not that the Colossus technically should have the ability to be hurt, but, you know, whatever. That would be baked into Kit, Dr. Winter. Good question, though. I am the god of Hellfire. I gotta say it right. Let me talk briefly about color palette, because I can already tell I'm not gonna have to turn up the gamma on this one. Color palette isn't just about making the whole thing blue, or the whole thing brown, the whole thing green, or the whole thing red, or whatever. God of War 1 did that. Color palette is about how colors contrast and are used alongside each other. A look at this screen right here shows you a surprising range of colors, each of which is right next to something else that allows it to pop. We see dark bronze against white. We see greens up against the white over here. We've got the flames, which cast a bit of an amber glow, which is contrasted by the blue light, which is coming in from the ceiling. And all of this works with each other. It's about how it's designed alongside the other colors, not just putting a freaking green filter over the game, Fallout 3. Look, I like Fallout 3, but what the hell was with that filter? We are playing on a PS3, just like the last game. Sure, he could, Triaxia. Just get in there with the spirit. Oh, yeah, or Orange in Fallout New Vegas. So let's see how fast a resave is. Eh, not great. That's okay. This means we're not getting a plus on that front. That's cool. That's cool. Boop.
Show no mercy!
Hi, DJT. Welcome to me being really positive about a game for probably about 15 minutes. And by 15 minutes, I mean 15 hours, sorry. Notice how the enemies also have less health. Did you catch that? Now, that's not all the enemies have less health, but I'm just pointing it out. Because if you compare this to, say, the early enemies in God of War 1, there's a very noticeable health variance there. Yeah, I can't wait to review New Vegas with no mods. It's okay. I'll be okay. The crashes will make me stronger. Oh no, the intro of this game is, honestly, by memory, one of my favorite intros in gaming. And I mean that. It is exactly what it needs to be. Some people... Can I talk about that for a second? Some people think the intro to this game is just for smooth-brained, low attention span idiots who just like big, scary stuff. And those people are stupid. This is an extraordinarily well-crafted intro. You'll notice, by the way, this intro is literally the entire rest of the game in one slice. Because pacing is something this game does so good. There's moments like this right here. Listen to the music for a second. I'm going to go quiet so you can hear it. There's these moments, usually for puzzle sections, sometimes for exploration areas, sometimes both, that help break up the beats between the bigger action sequences. And the sequencing, what I like usually refer to as the glue in between moments, is almost always well crafted, so it makes sense that there's the big moments and then there's the quiet moments. And it just kind of bounces back and forth between them. And that's awesome. So, yeah, hang on a second. Give me a second to type up some notes before I go any further. Geralt. That's such an easy answer, Eleazar. Yeah, two realized breather moments are a valuable purpose for a game like this. One's pacing wasn't bad, but it was clearly less thought of. Less designed, as I like to say it. By contrast, 2's pacing, it's clear they actually thought about it. It's like, okay, hold up. And there's a very clear this going on throughout, let me raise my hands so you can see it. There's this going on throughout most of the game, and I love it. It knows when to peak, and it knows when to trough. And sometimes they're, like, right next to each other, too. Also, I don't wish I could be Kratos, no. That would suck. Good afternoon, exclamation mark. Phone hugs, period. Phone hug. You have to actually do the phone hug, that way they know I'm actually doing it. Okay. What's the holiday today, Baron? Yeah, I wouldn't wish Kratos' fate on anybody. Not even Django. And Django doesn't want a proper remake of Fallout 1. Do I like the Witcher games or the God of War games? Yes, I do. I like both of them. Yeah, I asked because they're selling, excuse me, they're selling fireworks here. Fireworks here. Which do I like more? Well, I've never reviewed Witcher 1 or 2 or 3, Eleazar. And I've only reviewed one God of War game, so I have no idea would be the answer to your question. It's been okay, comma. We're already past the first game, period. Started up the second one today, period. No, it's fine, Eleazar. Most people like to make snap judgments. I kind of prefer not to if I can avoid it. Especially for games I actually plan to review someday. However, if you put a gun to my head, I probably like God of War better than Witcher. Because Witcher 1 is okay, Witcher 2 is garbage, and Witcher 3 is amazing. By contrast, God of War 1 is okay, God of War 2 is amazing, God of War 3 is great, and God of War 4 is flawed, but also great. So, that's an easy pick, really. What else have I been talking about? Yeah, exactly, Blade Terval. Higher average value. Even though Witcher 3 is a legit game, let's be honest. I mean, it's why I don't rate Star Trek TNG as one of my favorite shows of all time. Because TNG is 7 seasons of all sorts of quality. You know what I mean? You can quote me on this. My Little Pony is a better show, overall, than Star Trek The Next Generation. We'll see, won't we, Baron? I guess there are Athena's blades in this one. Let's see. Exactly, Fife. That's pretty much exactly my point. Okay, I think that's all my thoughts for now. Sorry, I want to make sure I get all those thoughts down before I forget about them. I'm an old man. I know. Yep, yep. You could turn off hints for puzzles. You can get a donation from Robostall. Oh, I can't believe I actually missed that. Whatever. God of War does have Ascension, but I don't think Ascension is at the level of Witcher 2. IMO. That does sound like a cool game idea, Baron, but to my knowledge, no. Which is a shame. So let's see, I just got a donation from Robostal that says... Aw. Well, I ain't gonna pry, Robostal, but I hope whatever it is works itself out as soon as possible. Thank you very much for your support, as always. I will jot that down for AC Valhalla. And I hope... Well, I don't know what else to add to that. Well wishes. I haven't actually finished the PSP games, so I can't really speak to them. I'm kind of mentally ignoring them. You notice I keep just referring to the 4 games. Witcher 2 is bad for a lot of reasons, but give me a moment. Yes, it does, Elizar. All games that we cover include DLC. So far, there's only been one exception to that. Super scared, exclamation mark. No, I'm kidding, comma. Horror games usually don't do that to me, period. They do make me laugh, though, comma, which may or may not be a good thing, period. Okay. Favorite type of cheese? Swiss. Don't even have to think about that. Swiss, Swiss, Swiss.
Die with honor!
As you command. You heard the man.
I am the God of War!
I'm sorry, I don't actually know who Althetos is. Althetus? That's a fair point, Raskor, but if I'm being honest, I tend to like Swiss in general. Baby Swiss is good, smoked Swiss is good. I recently, so the cheese I have in my, excuse me. Oh, Athena. The cheese I have in my fridge right now is actually Swiss with smoked caramelized onions baked into it. It's really good. That being said, I don't like Swiss when it's not melted. I won't eat Swiss plain. Then again, I don't like any cheese if it's not melted. Unless it's like a really super soft thing. Yeah, so Witcher 1 and Witcher 2. I actually agree with what Django just said. Witcher 1 has some serious Eurojank to it. Hello? You shouldn't have put your eyeball right there. Pro tip. What do you... Oh god, oh god. We're okay, we're okay. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's cool.
Kratos, I do not need your help, Zeus. I can take down this beast.
I offer you more than help, Kratos. I offer you power.
Well, I do crave power.
I offer you the Blade of Olympus. It was this blade that ended the Great War and defeated the Titans. Drain your godly powers into the sword, Kratos. Only then will you reach your full potential.
Why do you aid me now?
What I do now, I do for the good of all Olympus.
By which I mean just me, because I'm an evil dick. Hi. Witcher 1 is enjoyable in kind of a bad game sort of a way. It probably wouldn't review very well, but it's kind of inoffensive in its lack of quality. You know what I mean? And as Django says, it's got some serious Eurojank going on. Like Neverwinter Nights, to be blunt. By contrast, Witcher 2 was them trying new things that they had no idea how to do, and failing miserably at it. Essentially everything is wrong with the gameplay of Witcher 2, and I mean that sincerely. Combat design, encounter design, difficulty curves, usefulness and balance of your kit, the reaction of it, the way that the delay in between attacks and animations, all of it is just crap. It is barely playable. I've actually never beaten Witcher 2 without cheating, by the way. Come on. Whatever. Yeah, just the whole thing is just bleh. And then there's the story problems. Witcher 2's story is not good. I mean, there's the obvious problem with the fact that it's not a Witcher story, but I'll be completely honest, that doesn't really bother me. No, the problem is Witcher 2's story is depressing. No, not sad. It is depressive. It is almost entirely designed to be a story about how horrible things are, and there's nothing you can do about that. Yeah, it's the GTA 4 problem. Almost exactly right. That's an interesting statement. You say that the Witcher world is a depressing setting. And that's valid, but neither Witcher 1 nor 3 are depressive. Put simply, I would absolutely veto any attempt to put Witcher 2 on the list. Oh yeah, by the way, while we're on the subject, I've talked about the gameplay and the story, but in terms of structure and mechanics, Witcher 2 is also terribly coded. Just terribly. That is one of the most unoptimized games I have ever played in my life. And that's saying something. Try not to lean on attacks too much. Let me give you a bit more of a show here. It depends, Act, and that is the answer. It's alright. If I wanted to... So I can't say why I think the story is bad without going into details. And I'm not going into details because spoilers. So I'm talking about the only thing I can talk about, which is how depressive the story is. So, the story is depressive, period, new sentence, and then the story is crap. Yeah, by the way, when I played Witcher 2, it was much more optimized, and it still ran like ass on my much, much better machine. Way better than it needed to be. Oh, right, I don't understand your question, Lazarus. Something about Athena, and Athena's, like, the best character in the entire known universe, apparently. I think that's what you said. Might be putting words in your mouth. Give me a sec. I don't have the document up. Sorry, give me a sec. Let me get these arches off my back here. There we go. Give you a little bit of a censorship bar there, so you don't have to see that. Alright, what did you ask? Something about Athena. Should Kratos have seen Athena coming? I mean, Kratos is not known for his brain. That's debatable. I don't know. Witcher 1 never bothered me on the depressive side of things, but then again, neither did Witcher 3. So, shrug, I suppose. Whoop, 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 whoop. I don't think there is a scalpel. We actually made Hercules later. He is definitely not a scalpel. Oh, damn it. Anyways, point being, I will never review Witcher 2, because screw that nonsense. Just playing that game is arduous and unpleasant. You know, because of the gameplay issues and the mechanical issues I just mentioned. And that game actually affects me in a bad way, so note all that. I wouldn't say Kratos is wise in God of War 4. He's just a character in God of War 4. Like, he has reached the point of being a three-dimensional character. He may... Damn it, John. I know I can do this. Yeah, he's seasoned, exactly. He knows more, he knows better. He's not wise, because he still makes plenty of mistakes. In fact, that's what drives much of the plot of God of War 4, is Kratos making mistakes and doing things for the doing the wrong things for the right reasons, and yada yada yada. Fine. We'll just do it the slow way. Ah, Gaius. Well, that's up to you, Eleazar. I have heard several different takes on that exact question, so, well. Let's see, Dr. Winter says, does Kratos feel godly here? No. But then again, the gods in this setting are pretty lower tier than otherwise. I think it'd be more accurate to say that Kratos doesn't care if Athena's against him. So, you know, you say, should he have seen her coming? I don't think that's part of the equation. I don't think it's entered his mind one direction or the other. Oh, shoot! Sorry. I had to do it at least once. How many of you died the first time you saw that? None of the above, Eleazar. No opinion. What's funny is just walking is almost enough to do it. Oh crap, that hit me. Whatever. Come on. Okay, fine. I'm gonna wait on this, but... Come here. Oh no! My godly health! And all those red orbs I just got. No!
To destroy all.
But yeah, that is why there's no reason to get any of the orbs, or bonus things, or do the sex minigame. It's because you lose it. It's the first thing you lose. But yes, this is, Jesus Christ, there we go. I know I can dodge that. This is a depower moment. Something Metroids occasionally do. Something Mega Man has never bothered to do. It's a way to start over and not have you, keep going up from the previous game. Especially helpful in a game that literally takes place right after a previous one, like this one does. I hope you didn't like having access to those incredible spells. By which I mean singular. Mass Effect 2 does do that, yes. Because we died in Mass Effect 1. Spoilers. For certain definitions of the word. So, I'm just trying to demonstrate that. I probably shouldn't be doing it right now. What, visually evil? Mass Effect 3's excuse is stupid. I'm just saying. Now, the irony here is this is an interesting trap for Kratos. Because on the one hand, we've just been drained of most of our power, but on the other hand, we now have the Blade of Olympus, which is stupidly strong. Like, this makes the Blade of Artemis just pale in comparison. That's one of the reasons why I don't think this is as stupid as some people say. It's still stupid, don't mistake me. Probably shouldn't have listened to Zeus in general. But, you know, it's not that bad. I agree with that, Leander. So we've lost all our fancy moves. I was trying to show it off in the middle of that. But if you try to do any of the shortcut moves, the L1 moves, they don't work as you're draining your power. So this is the third axis of God of War 2. Platforming. There was technically platforming in God of War 1, but really it was usually just like one room or one single sequence. Here, platforming actually forms a major axis and is one of the thirds of the gameplay of this one. Whether that's good or not, a little more debatable. Correct, we still have no camera control. However, just like everything else about this game, it is more improved over the original, and that they've actually put more thought and effort into where the camera should point and when. Now, I don't know if the camera won't be a negative, but I'm more inclined to not give a negative to this one compared to the first game for the camera. Why not, Eleazar? That's more or less the actual answer to your question. Non-memeing. Notice how much this is just shredding these enemies, by the way. Again, comparing it to the Blade of Artemis. Come on. Oh, come on, there we go. Yeah, I'm trying to think of a bad camera spot in 2, and I'm not coming up with one. Also, notice the doodad utilization is much better already. We'll see more of that as we go. Come on. There we go. Your guess is quite literally as good as mine, Eleazar. Don't need it. We're cool. Yeah, stuff like this kind of shows how they've gotten a little bit better about the camera. Rather than forcing you to do some of these things at a really terrible angle, they think about how can we show off how this thing is burning from within, while at the same time giving you an angle where you can actually see where you're going. Also, speaking of which, this is a wonderful set piece. AKA, it doesn't really matter that we're inside a giant burning colossus. That actually has no impact on gameplay, other than the increasing wall of lava later, which I don't think has even started yet. So no real impact on gameplay. But, story-wise, it makes for an interesting set piece. Absolutely, Eleazar. Of course, I really like Age of Mythology, so what the hell do I know? Another person there. Kratos. Come on, Kratos. There you go, there you go. You'll also notice several of the tutorials don't literally pause the action and prevent you from doing anything when they show up, which is already better than the first game as well. Well, I've never reviewed Age of Mythology, but yeah, it's a good game. And yeah, I need to go... Actually, well, whatever. Well, the music is definitely going to get 2 positives. The question is it going to get more than 2? Grab this... Thank you for the reminder, Jongo. I actually forgotten. Definitely want all those in this one. We want to show off a bit. Warcraft 3 by about 1,700,000 million billion miles. Eleazar. I am obviously being exaggerative, but Warcraft 3 has a fantastic story. Age of Mythology has a good story. Don't mistake me. It is a good story. But, you know... What's better, Die Hard or Lord of the Rings trilogy? So here's the eyes. Ooh, there. I'm gonna have to pay attention for that, John, because that makes sense. Because, you know, Ares took the friggin' things back. Come on. Get over there. Get over there. Oh, whatever. Come back to that in a minute. Nope. Isn't swinging enough. Hang on. Swing more. Why aren't you swinging more? Oh, right. Actually, forgot about a step. Damn it! And we're dead. Well, we get to see how checkpoints are. 2 seconds should be okay. I believe the actual legal ruling is 15 seconds. Whoop. Pay attention. Still, anything under 5 seconds is my usual rule. And yeah, who knows? I've been dinged for less. See what I mean by how much more platformy this is? So there's a rule about how much footage you can use before it gets copyright struck. It's the same for music. It's vague. And it depends. That's a bunch of legal bullcrap. You know how it is. Could someone please type out Kratos for Elizar? So I stop wondering who Kratos is. Whoop. There we go. Thank you. A legal defense would be the actual phrase, Mike Kamano. Oh, it's okay, it's just, I keep looking at your questions like, who's Kratos?
Do you need more proof than this?
Now that makes sense, because that's just straight up pride.
Placing all of his godly power into the weapon had rendered Kratos mortal, vulnerable to the arms of death. Bloodied and beaten, he knew that to have any hope of survival, he must retrieve the blade of Olympus.
Warrior, by the way, Elizar. Armor just falls off of him. Barbarian doesn't exist in World of Warcraft.
Humiliated before his Spartan army, Kratos dragged himself up from the dirt.
Arms Warrior. Well, no. Fury Warrior. No, he would not, Elizar. So, this is our light attack. This is our heavy attack. This is our dodge. That's our dodge. I love this. This is actually great, unironically. This is also perfectly positioned, because the whole sequence up to now has been you being a total freaking badass. Just crushing everything in your path effortlessly. And then you have to fight Zeus.
You?
Yes, I am forced to attend to this matter myself. Athena refused to undo her mistake. Imagine caring for a creature such as yourself.
Why? Why would you betray me?
It is you who would betray me. Am I to stand idly by while Olympus is threatened? Your hands are already stained by the blood of a god. I will not let Ares' fate be my own.
The gods are petty and pathetic, and your rule is weak.
I grow tired of this insolence. I am the king of Olympus. And it is my way that is the way of the gods. You must vow to forever serve me.
I serve no one.
Then you leave me no choice.
Now, once again, one of the things I like about this is Zeus has completely created his own villain here. Don't mistake me, Kratos was a bit of a loose cannon and just causing issues because, you know, nihilism. But the truth of the matter is,
Submit. I would rather die.
the reason that you can't win this, so there's no reason to try. The reason that Zeus goes through all this is because of fear that Kratos will turn on him. So he makes Kratos turn on him.
Is of your choosing.
And he blames him for it, too.
From the gods is as useless as the gods themselves.
Love that quote.
Now, as you draw your last breath, you continue to defy me?
Everything you have ever known, Kratos, will now suffer because of your sacrilege. You will never be the ruler of Olympus. The cycle ends here.
There's your hint. Why can't we do that move?
You will pay for this, Zeus. Be certain of that.
Oh, you will. No, Blade Tubal.
Life drained out of Kratos. The arms of Hades reached out to claim their prize. But there was more resting on Kratos' shoulders than he could know.
And yeah, like it or not, this whole story arc is why God of War 4 is so damn good.
That it would shake
Well,
the
one of the reasons.
pillars of Mount Olympus. His death was something that I could not allow.
This narrator is Gaia.
Ares! Destroy my enemies, and my life is yours!
Fight, Spartan. You are not meant to die here. This is not the end.
So in God of War 1, Zeus personally interferes to get us out of Hades. Here, she does.
I am the Titan Gaia, ever-present Mother of Earth. I have watched you become a powerful warrior, and I have been with you through all the events of your life, but I can no longer simply watch. We will help you defeat Zeus.
I love the river.
Death is an escape, Kratos. You are a warrior of Sparta, not a coward. Only a coward accepts death.
I am no coward.
Then you must fight. I will show you the way to the Sisters of Fate. Only with their power will you defeat Zeus.
Thanks, Gaia. I mean, Prometheus isn't really a Titan in this either, so whatever. The only one I don't remember is Witcher. God of War 3. I don't remember who helps us get out of there. Hi, Console Hut. So, pay attention. Pay attention. This can really suck on Titan difficulty, by the way. Especially if you don't know what you're doing. But yes, I know. Thank you. I do think these respawn a bit too fast. Come on, game. There we go. Come on. Yeah! But it's literally just like a screen and a half, so it doesn't bother me that much. It actually doesn't bother me that Hades is hell in this one, because we know that that's deliberate. What I mean by that is Hades, the person, has been turning, you know, the afterlife into this horrific nightmarescape because screw you, as a way to torture Zeus's enemies for all eternity. The implication is that it didn't used to be that horrifying.
My lord, I knew you could not be killed. I never lost faith. But our brothers are dead. And what of you, my lord?
Well, Gaia sent me a ride, so... I mean, Hades is cruelty in the God of War trilogy. I don't know what a better word to use for that. He devises eternal torments because screw you. And essentially for no other reason. Evil, it's a specific slice of evil. Now, it's worth noting he does so at Zeus's command. So, yes, sadist. There, that's a good word, sadist. It's worth noting Zeus tells him to do that stuff, so... you know. Hades the game act? No. Hades the... yeah, okay. Let's just say... there's 3 Hades on... 4, excuse me, Hades on display right now, so we gotta clarify. Actually, I need to pause really quick. Because this game just sucks so badly. I need to give so many negatives here, so let's do this here. Yeah, I know the bare bones of Hades, and that's kind of it. Yeah, there's Hades the person in this game, Hades the location in this game, Hades the character from Greek mythos, and Hades the video game, which we're playing in a couple months. I should probably mention, by the way, for the sake of lore, I'm going to be completely ignoring God of War 1 from now on. Because the games do. With a couple of noteworthy exceptions. I have no idea, Ross. Really, I don't. Yeah, by this point in the timeline, we've already killed Persephone. And he totally did. She totally deserved it, so, you know. I think I've done a few Kikos more, but none that big. Yeah, it's weird, Mike. Come on, I figured it would, but whatever. What was I doing? Okay. Well, that doesn't show up until 3, Trihexia. So, spoilers. Oh, no, PMD is totally a dungeon crawler, 100%. Thank you for being part of my show, Hyperspeed Folklore. It is good to see you again, consequently. I didn't say that the other day, and I meant to. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Trihexia. I'll put that towards Dragon Age, actually. Just the Dragon Age block. Oh, by the way, the Who's Put Money Towards What spreadsheet is up to date. I actually updated it during my lunch break, so you can quadruple check that if you want to. I also played around with trying to make a thing of play stuff, a key show up, but I couldn't make it work, so I'm still thinking about how to do that. I don't remember who worked on God of War 2 versus who worked at God of War 1. So I'm not sure about that. There is, but I don't remember what it is. Hang on. Can I just get a stream break emote while we just kind of deal with all this really quick? Let's see here. No, it's not the audit one. Oh, no. We have an exclamation mark about command. Hi, Grand Spectre. Let's see. Make sure you get your guesses in, by the way. There probably will be negatives for this game. I can't think of any by memory, but there probably will be. Let's see here. Score? No. Sheet? Sheet? What's this? Someone type in exclamation mark sheet really quick. Like a sheet of paper, you know? Oh, yeah, final boss. Yeah, there you go. Nope, that's not it. That's the golden number page. That shouldn't even be visible. In fact, it isn't visible. Nobody should be seeing that right now. We'll do that. We'll repurpose that into who's donated towards what. Yep, access should be denied. That should not be visible publicly. That's why I'm confused by that. So hang on. We're just going to go ahead and do this. And then we'll change sheets to it. That's a good question, Hyperspeed Folklore, but unfortunately the answer is rather complicated. Because I'm still giving out pluses and I'm still giving out minuses, right? So obviously it's the same system. The problem is the answer's in the details. The specific nuances of what we review, how and why, has changed repeatedly up to and including every game prior to Oblivion. That's why I call it the Oblivion line. So we've actually proven that doing a review now, we actually did an audit run of Mega Man 7 to test this, changes versus the original score in a substantial way. Yeah, the math is also changed as well. Arspruce is correct about that. So the golden numbers formula has completely changed like 5 times, and the specifics of how we give what and where has also changed. So, and also what we're keeping track of. We literally weren't keeping track of certain factors of the review back then, so... It's like asking what's the difference between Mega Man 2 and Mega Man 3. They certainly look a lot the same, but you get my point. Someone type in sheet again, really quick, please. And I want to see if it's working now. There we go. Who's donated towards what? And that should pull up. There. So sheet from now on. Sheets also works. We'll pull up the who's donated towards what spreadsheet. I could probably come up with other commands, but we'll just use that for right now. Give me my review page back, please. Please, please. There we go. Okay. Back to giving pluses to this game. Yeah, we also have the audit sheet now, too, which is extremely helpful in checking us, making sure we don't forget anything, and standardization, making sure everything's kind of reviewing at the same time. Yeah, we have case law now. That's a whole thing. Daggerfall. Negative, 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 negative. Positive. Negative, negative, negative. Oh, oh. Oh, you're killing me. Ah. I would honestly probably veto Daggerfall. I would absolutely veto Arena. No way in hell. I want to review Morrowind someday. I'm actually really curious how it will actually hold up under review, especially since Oblivion is already reviewed in the current format, so we could compare them directly. I have a feeling Morrowind would do a lot better in like world building and several aspects of story, and I think it would absolutely tank on the gameplay axis, but I'm not sure. That's why I want to do it someday. Anyways. Okay, so so that's the opening cinematic, that's the intro, and intro. One of the best intros in gaming, earned and deserved. I should probably jot down music now. Daggerfall Unity is different. I was thinking of the original Daggerfall. Golden Number, yeah, exactly, Hyperspeed Folklore. Golden Number is the final thing. Oh, I'm so sorry, Eva. Mine's lasted 2 weeks as of today, actually. The golden numbers, the whole point of that is that's the final score. It takes into account everything. The pluses, the minuses, the ratio of positives. So in other words, let's say there's a game that's plus 10 to gameplay, but it's because it has plus 20 gameplay and minus 10 gameplay, right? That's different from a game that has plus 10 to gameplay, 0 negatives to gameplay. So that's the ratio, right? So that takes into account how long the game is, the density of positives to time. I forget what all. Everything goes into account. Like I said, we have a whole extensive system to track the golden number. I'm actually really proud and happy with it. Savacom helped me with a lot of the hard math because we're really getting the weeds into the math on some of that. Where's my friggin' blades? 2800. All right. So, intro's over. Pluses everywhere.
Turn back to Olympus, beast! I must face Zeus! You defy the god of war!
Kratos.
You are no longer a god, Kratos. Zeus, Olympus, and the blade which holds all your power will forevermore be out of reach. Your only hope is to find the Sisters of Fate and travel back through time to the moment Zeus betrayed you.
The time travel thing might be a negative.
Truly be vulnerable. Kratos, to succeed, you will need more help than I can give. My Titan brother slumbers deep inside his mountain prison. Go.
That's wrong. Hang on.
It's time. You need to
There we go. So a little bit of a shooter for a second. Didn't need those anyways. Fling! And by the way, I did see it, Flygan. Sorry, you picked an interesting time. Thank you for being part of the show. I will put that towards that thing that you said. Fallout London. There we go. I think we all know that the third sister has the best outfit in this game. No spoilers. Whatever. Oh, come on! Depends, Bella, is my answer to you. I like it when a game bothers to come up with some kind of excuse for it, instead of pulling a Mega Man. You didn't need that neck anyways. Like, I love the Mega Man series, but there is no explanation whatsoever for why you reset. Hey, nice spear. I want that spear. Be careful, there's a mountain up there. We've got to charge up the attack each time, Trihexia. This guy never shows up again, right? Like, I don't remember him poking his head in 3. Yeah, I didn't think so. Orpheus? No, that's not right. Typhon. That's it, Typhon. I'll never do it, Elizar. Never! The problem is you continue to misunderstand exactly how high-tier Warcraft is as a setting. Kratos is certainly very strong for this setting. Right, I don't have that attack right now. But, you have to remember that Kratos also isn't powerful in and of himself, either. Just like many other Doom Death Destroyos in video gaming, he gets a lot of what he is from others. I mean, even in this very game, we've already been aided by, well, not Athena, but technically Athena, if you want to stretch that, Zeus, Gaia, and we're about to be aided by Typhon as well. So. Well, that's just the no explanation is better than a bad explanation concept of DJT, so that doesn't surprise me. Now, I don't agree personally, but I get your mentality at least. I mean, Kratos is certainly strong, but, you know, he's a lot more stronger of himself in 4 than he is in any of the other ones. Go away. Go away. Maybe you didn't hear me. This is kind of control wonkiness here. Really? There you go. Go away. And you, come here. Or don't. Or yes, do. Oh, he's just truly psychopathic in 3, which is funny, because 3 is the one that tried to humanize him the most, not counting 4, obviously. Of the trilogy, and the PSP games, I would argue. 3 tried to humanize him more, and, well, you know. We'll talk about that when we get there. Yeah, get off my screen! God! Frickin' stupid. Whoop, whoop. I'm just shoving him into the ceiling. No. Way! Nobody talks about God of War Ascension, including me. No, it's not, Zalok. It's just, when you do a quick switch between 2 different control schemes like that, it's like, Now let's actually kill them the old-fashioned way here. Although we have very little of our kit right now. In fact, we actually arguably have less kit right now than we do at the beginning of God of War 1. I don't mind that, though, because by the end of this, we will have substantially more kit. I think the only thing that's really the same is the double jump. We don't even have that attack right now. The one thing I could say about God of War Ascension, with no hesitation, is that it exists as a video game. Honestly, 3 is probably going to do really well in the kit territory as well. Pretty sure it's the same. And I am correct. Oh, no, don't need it, don't need it. I don't like wings, but you can have the wings, Archfish. I'll cook them up good for you. Cook as you go. Oh yeah, as I said, the QTEs in general are less punishing, for lack of a better way to put it. The easiest way to explain it is, they hurt my arm less. Like, there was a couple sequences in 1 where it was just like, ugh. Oops. Try that again. Without immediately zooming back on instinct. There's a thing! Oh, that just sends me back. I wonder what's going on up here. This looks like a potty. Slight gore warning. I mean, this game gets kind of a couple of times, and this is one of the times, so I'll give a little warning each time. But yeah, this is very, very late PS2. I'm almost positive the PS3 was out by this point, although don't quote me on that. The reason I say this, I'm pretty sure I had my PS3 before I played this. And by I mean Gary had his PS3, which I'm now using. Whoop, 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 whoop. Come on. Okay, fine. Fine, I'll stop doing it. Yeah, it put simply, the team didn't want to pull a Cyberpunk, so they just kept developing this for the PS2. By the way, I agree with that move. That was probably the right move. And frankly, the PS2 was better designed under the hood than the PS3 anyways, so probably the right call. So there's your gore. That's Prometheus. Yes, Elizar.
God of War, you live. I no longer walk with the gods. Who has placed you in this torment?
Zeus. My only crime was helping mankind. When I took the fires of Olympus to the mortals, Zeus considered it a betrayal. As punishment, he made me mortal and condemned me to be savagely consumed every day by this cursed bird. And then, with the fall of night, I am healed. How long have I been here?
Way too much time.
How long have I suffered this curse? I truly do not know.
Yeah, meanwhile, Odin's just taking notes. 'Cause he knows this stuff. He's got the eye, remember.
Please, Ghost of Sparta, release me from my torment.
No, okay. Die, monster. Wait, no, he's hanging.
I must burn in the fires of Olympus. It is the only...
Yeah, so I mentioned audio spam. That's something that might be a negative too. That's two negatives I remembered by memory here. Audio spam and QTEs. We'll see. We'll see.
I must burn in the fires of Olympus.
I must burn in the fires of Olympus. Kill me, Kratos. Kill me. God, that just... I forget what I was doing, but something made me hear that over and over and over and over and over again. He's already said it 3 times since we've been leaving the area. Probably, Django. Just trying to see if there's anything worth a darn. I don't know if that's really a meme at this point, Elizar, but yes, I am familiar with it. Yeah, please try to remember, he's effectively strangling... Oh, hello. While he's there. Oh no, I'm serious, Elizar. People will say F as a legitimate way to show respect for the dead nowadays. Like, that's kind of shifted over the years. Ah, Kratos is fine. He's got his dead family to keep him warm. Ha 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 ha. Oh, it's funny because it's true. That's true. He's got to burn Atreus to see warm. I wouldn't call that disrespectful, but that's just me, Elazar. People do it in my chat all the time. Yeah, the original Press F was a long time ago at this point. Yeah, the meme mutated. Things move on. That's how that works. Well, we just found Prometheus, Evo. And we are now trying to permanently kill him to free him from his, well, Promethean curse. Yeah, showing off some new kill animations while we're here. Yeah, exactly. That's just language. That's human culture. There was once upon a time when people wouldn't say lol and mean it literally. I'd say Sisyphus has it worse, personally, but that's just me. Come on down. Whoop, that was a little too slow there. His real curse is, kill me, Kratos, kill me, kill me, Kratos. So, I've been playing Borderlands 3, and yesterday we got to our second DLC, which is, the Curse of... Yeah, the Cthulhu-esque one. I don't even remember what it's called. Everyone there is suffering from a specific curse. One of the curses is every time this woman talks, she throws up. Please picture that for a second. I mean, I don't like Norse mythology in general, but I also don't really know Norse mythology in general. I don't know anything, really. My name's actually Jon Snow. Yeah, imagine if someone who, I don't know, random example, talked for a living, had to throw up every time I opened my mouth to talk. We're doing all of it, Dr. Winter. We're 100%ing. Yeah, I feel like... Do I need the bow first for the chest? Because I know there's at least 3 things I need to come back for. Okay. But yes, we're doing that, and then we're going to do the... There we go. Jeez, I thought it was. Then we're going to do the robbing the casino DLC, and then we're going to do the Krieg DLC, and then we'll finally be done with Borderlands 3. That's a good question, Consolot. I don't know. Oh god, Knives Out. I enjoy that film, but it's actually really stupid when you think about it. It's a good film, though. Enemy type number 3, I think, at this point. Well, I've never reviewed Borderlands 2, and I've actually barely played Borderlands 2. But Borderlands 3 sucks, so I'm pretty sure I prefer Borderlands 2. It's weird having so little moves while fighting these. And yeah, there's that pacing. Django's referencing the pacing I was just talking about. The game knows how to move its way, damn it, between set pieces, between elements, very well. Well, everyone praises the gameplay of Borderlands 3, but that's because they're only thinking about the core gameplay, which is actually pretty decent in Borderlands 3. It's just everything else about the gameplay sucks in Borderlands 3. Interface, the UI, the bugs upon bugs upon bugs, the quest design, the map interaction, everything about the controls. Just, oh, even the driving sucks in Borderlands 3. Like, if I was to review Borderlands 3, I'd probably give it several pluses for, you know, the shooting, and then just a boatload of negatives for everything else. Oh yeah, that's, by the way, entirely on the gameplay axis. The story is gutter trash. It's actually one of the worst video game stories I've seen in recent memory. That's not a joke. We're talking probably giving a negative to each story, or each quest levels of bad story. It's bad. I can think of plenty of positives for Borderlands 3. Although, I'm not sure I can think... Come on. I'm not sure I can think of a story positive for Borderlands 3. I'd have to think about that. Nope. I've got a story positive to Borderlands 3. Gage. You know, I don't think I actually knew that, Django. But you're right, that makes perfect sense. It's a good way to incentivize you to not farm, while rewarding you for multiple playstyles. 3 did have a different writer, and it absolutely shows, yes. Yes, there are several Tales from the Borderlands characters there, and pre-sequel characters there. And they suck. Like Vaughn? You remember Vaughn? Well, the character who calls himself Vaughn is terrible. Handsome Jack is not in Borderlands 3, but Blade Travell, which might explain some things on that front. But no. Well, that's why I just mentioned Gage, Dr. Witcher. So, Typhon, I sort of need your eye. Could you, like, give me your eye? Instead of being a dick? No? Okay, cool. Like, if you weren't being a dick, I would feel a little bit worse about ripping your eye out in a minute here, but, you know. Isn't Typhon Sky? Titan of Sky or something like that? God, I don't remember. So when I was studying Greek mythos, this is back in school, they didn't have, like, anything about the Titans. Which always bothered me, because I found the Titans more interesting conceptually than, you know, the deities. Then Hercules came out, and I was like, dude, those are cool! And then I found out those weren't the Titans. I was sad. Whoa, whoa. Yes, Disco.
Get out of my sight!
Okay. As you command. No, not even a little, Elizar. I'm pretty sure a single small group of Zerglings could kill Kratos. And by small, I mean like 200. And you might think, that doesn't sound like small. I'm trying to remember that the Zerglings usually number in the trillions. So, listen, I really need this, so apologies in advance. What? That's a bug. What? What was that nonsense? That was a big glitch. Jesus. Let's try that again. Forget. Listen, if you just given me the bow. There we go. Nope, that didn't work. Yeah, you gotta practice your eye-ripping outing. Seriously, Typhon, if you'd just not been a dick, we would have been cool. Oh yeah, good checkpoints in this one, by the way. Like, honestly, I don't think we're going to get the negative for checkpointing in this one like we did in the first one. Not quite. Oh yeah, I love it when we get Atlas's Stomp. And it's just have fun with it for a minute. It's like, oh, okay. And you could just have fun with it. See, watch our mana in the top. You see how it's refilling? That's deliberate. You get a bit of a demo section. So you remember how in Devil May Cry 5 and Mega Man 11, there's a try out the new weapon you just got section. It's the same concept. In fact, that's actually probably worth its own positive. The demo section. – 2007. Yeah, I'll just give him a monocle. He'll be fine. He's just a drama llama. We'll see, Cashel. We'll see. Sorry. No, I didn't, Pika. I never answered your question, Evo. Do I like Kratos visually? I do in 4. It's a small refinement of what he is, but I do actually like what they do with him in 4. He looks like Kratos in 4. Let's see if there's any other questions I've missed here. How much of a problem would I see Age of Mythology getting a sequel with a new story compared to simply making a remake? Yeah, given the plot of AOM, I would say I would rather have a remake. Especially since the Atlantis DLC kinda sucked on the story axis. And I'd rather they just kind of, you know, did it better. You know, it's just my take on that. But anyways. Scroll down here a little bit. I've answered Bella. I've answered Elizar several times. Do I dread or look forward to polemic day streams? Depends on if it's a voting year or not. Delete. How often do bugs happen to get a negative? Kind of depends. I know, I always say that. But it's true, it depends. So let's say there's a game that's constantly buggy. Skyrim, excuse me. So that game is absolutely going to get a negative, or 2, or 3 for bugs, because it's just this non-stop cavalcade of bugs. Let's say there's a game that's regularly buggy, but isn't buggy in a way that really interrupts gameplay, it's just kind of eyebrow-raising. That would be Cyberpunk. So that would get a negative, of course, maybe even 2, but since most of the bugs are cosmetic, it's whatever. Let's say that there's a game that has bugs that are bad bugs, that are crash bugs. Crash bugs are much worse than any other kind of bug. Crash bugs and so game breaker bugs is what that actually is called. Anything that's a crash or a hard lock or anything like that, even one of those is bad enough to maybe be in consideration for a negative. 2 of those is kind of a definite. 3 is I've never not given a negative to a game that has at least 3 crash bugs in it, or sorry, game breaking bugs in it. If you remember, that was the biggest problem we had with Horizon Zero Dawn, because the game was extraordinarily crash heavy. Also Anthem, while we're on the subject. Nope, the list is gone, Radovich. We killed it! We killed it! The god of lists has been destroyed. That was much faster. Oh, I don't remember. 23, I think? No, that was every 23 minutes, wasn't it? Oh, that was interesting. Yeah, it's Ride to Hell Retribution is objectively a better game than Anthem. That hasn't stopped being true. Correct, Grand Spectre. We had to switch back to my PS4 copy, which thankfully I had, in order to continue the review. Okay. Where else is there to go left? No, I can say that, because objective reviews are all about objective facts. aka how a game functions, how it plays, etc., etc. So the fact that Ride to Hell Retribution is less crash-heavy than Anthem makes it objectively better than Anthem. That is unavoidable fact now, regardless of any review. Thanks, game. Thanks, didn't know that. No, come on. Okay, so what do we got? Okay. Not the one I wanted, but that's cool. That's cool. This is this one, right? Oh, that one's okay. It's a new one. I like to call this playing a monk for a minute. Yeah, Anthem actually got worse over time, that is correct. They never did fix the item level bug, too. Like, ever. Yeah, I have known 2 people, I think, who had the same level of crash as I did. And then about 5 people who had no crashes whatsoever, so that's just kind of whatever. That's true. Good monk only needs a minute. That's why. You don't need that, right? Okay, cool. Try to show that off a little bit closer. We'll rip off his arm and kill him with it. Because, you know. But yeah, so going back to what Django was talking about, you notice we're no longer getting orbs from these guys. Borderlands 3 is a better game than Ride to Hell Retribution. I mean, duh, really. Hey, do me a favor. Quit it. Yeah, if you type in !sheet into chat right now, Radisvik, that's actually up to date, that sheet. And we added a link to the chat for it today, so you can actually see it now. Don't worry, the list will eventually be up to date. Are these just spawning? Is that just what's happening here? I actually hope to stream Ride to Hell again someday. Yes, that's right, you heard me correctly. Again. Because I've actually done a lore run of Ride to Hell Retribution, and if you haven't seen that, please go watch it. It's one of my best lore runs. That's not a joke. Yeah, Ride to Hell Retribution is actually funded right now. It's just waiting on certain criteria. There we go. You stop spawning so I can, like, recoup for a second? Jeez Louise. No, Bella, I'm good. Like, I mean, if they add DLC, that can be a thing. Oh, please watch the Ride to Hell Retribution lore run. Yeah, the Ballad of Johnny McEasycock needs to be seen. But anyways, if they ever add, like, expansions or whatever to Cyberpunk, yeah, sure, I'll review that. But Cyberpunk itself is good. After all, it came in after the Oblivion line. have a couple of ideas for re-reviewing Anthem. The most obvious one is to watch my previous playthrough. I don't think I've done a rumination on Red to Hell Retribution, and I never will, obviously. Excuse me. Rude. Whoa. For God's sakes. Ciri, if given a choice, Raskor, but I'd also be okay with a unique character, as long as they're not a Witcher. Oh yeah, I gotta do a comment, no, not, what do they call it? A reaction video, there we go. Which I have never done, and will never do. Before you ask. That's an interesting question, Elizar. Not only have I played Assassin's Creed 3, I've done a lore run of Assassin's Creed 3. Still have infinite mana, by the way, because we're still in the tryout section. Lore reacts! I like it. Look at this lame loser. Grow some hair, hippie. God. Ugh. He keeps talking like people actually want to listen to what he has to say. God. It'd be like reviewing one of my own games. I'd just be negative the entire time. Just constantly bashing myself. By memory, what did I think of the settlement in 3? It was the most bare bones of a mechanic. It technically qualified as a mechanic. It's literally less developed than Suikoden 2's castle, which isn't exactly all that developed either. Now, I wouldn't call myself a pseudo-intellectual because that's a stupid insult. And because I hear that every so often. About once a month at this point. Faster. I don't have the shoulder dash this time around. Well, there's some mana I don't need. That's cool. Lorax. Loract. Oh, God. Ugh. Tongue twisters. That's what those are. Alright, so first we're gonna go down. Oh! Sorry, Raskar, you startled me. Phew. I actually have streamed the Spyro Remaster. In fact, we reviewed it, although I'm pretty sure that was before the Oblivion line. It was okay. Organized. Delicious. I need to decide what I'm actually going to raise in this one, because there's multiple weapons in this, and they're actually kind of worth a damn. See you around, Baron. Yeah, I gotta do the Kermit arms. Which I can't do. Kill me, Kratos! Kill me! Kill me, Kratos! Kill me! Kill me, Kratos! Kill me, Kratos! Kill me! Kill me, Kratos! Kill me! Kill me, Kratos! Kill me! You see, you gotta, every time he has to change the emphasis. Every single time he says it. Kill me, Kratos! Kill me! Kill me, rascal! Kill me!
Kill me, Kratos. Kill me.
Oh, sorry. I can hear him, but, you know, headphones.
The fires of Olympus. Is this the only way? Kill me, Kratos. Kill me.
You're welcome.
You have freed Prometheus from the torment of the gods. His flesh has tainted the fires of Olympus and embodied it with the power of the Titans. These ashes will give you great strength, Kratos. Take them within you and
Yep.
use this strength to defeat your enemies.
We now have the ashes of Prometheus on us, in addition to our kids. Yeah, you ever wonder what happened to Prometheus after we time travel? Because he's still here, right? Do we care? Do we ever come back and also get him out, you know?
Let the
Like-
rage of the Titans fuel
Is he just screwed? Hey, I have more power when I rage. That's Gaia. Gaia is the one talking to us this whole time. We'll meet Hera in the third game. She is hysterical, and I love killing her. I mean, I love killing all the gods, so that's kind of whatever. Except Hephaestus. I didn't actually enjoy killing Hephaestus. Felt bad for the boy. Now, Helios, or whatever his stupid name is, probably one of my favorite kills. Sun dude. Oh no, Hermes! I got a story when we get to Hermes. Oh, I don't care, Pika. I'm ambivalent. I'll care when it comes out. I don't think he even thinks FF16's on the list right now. It is Helios, okay. I can't believe you remember that, Leander. Yeah, we'll get to Hermes. We'll get to Hermes. Well, Hermes' death is beautiful. It's poetry. He can run really fast. How do you deal with somebody who can run really fast? I can't remember if it's worth upgrading Typhon's Bane. I think I might hold on to it for now. I mean, obviously I can't even upgrade it right now, but... I don't know. Did I already? I did, okay. Come on. Oh, for God's sakes. There we go. Yes, I see the chest. I don't remember how to get to it. Maybe I was trying to get to that chest when I was listening to him yammer on. Kill me, Kratos. Kill me. Wouldn't surprise me, Twister. Yeah, this is just a ghost following us around. We can't hear them, because we don't have a special pistol designed to let us see things. No one's gonna get that reference. No, it's a Borderlands 3 reference. There's this one quest where you have to use a pistol, that is a garbage pistol, but it lets you see things. So, correct, Evo. If it doesn't have an estimated time, it's whatever. You'll notice there's actually a couple games on the queue like that. Oh yeah, so now we get the option of yellow chests, which actually refill our Rage of the Titans. That's cool. Okay, I can make it through this without doing this. Also, Rage of the Titans is objectively better than Rage of the Gods, or whatever the hell it was called, because you can turn it on and off. You don't just spend it and it goes until it's gone. So, that's nice. In short, it becomes a resource you can utilize, as opposed to a cooldown you blow. More gradients, more player control, more better. Let's do it this way. Oh, there we go. Poor Hephaestus. Whoop. But yeah, the audio spam wasn't as bad as I remembered, so no negative there. So that's one by-memory negative bypassed. Let's see what happens when we get to the other one at the very end of the game. There's no questions here, Elizar. Alright, hang on. So we've got questions from all sorts of people. Was the Kennessee's campaign worse than the Atlantean campaign? I don't know what the Kennesee campaign is. Oh, the Chinese! Oh, God, I barely remember the Chinese campaign. No, I don't either, Jongo, so I think that's it. Yeah, the Chinese campaign was unmemorable, and that's the only thing I can say about it. Pika says, is there anything I liked from the Sony State of Play? Street Fighter 6 really caught my attention, but that's it. Let's see there. Bella asked me that. I already answered that. I already answered the settlement question. Oh, Dr. Winter meant the story aspect of the settlement. I mean, there's a certain dramatic irony to, you know, a pawn rebuilding the Assassin's Order in the West in a time at which the Assassins were on the down. Especially a pawn who has no interest in doing that and no investment in the Assassin's Brotherhood. Pretty sure that was on purpose, since that's one of the primary... Whoa there. One of the primary driving forces of the narrative, the theme, excuse me, of Assassin's Creed 3, is that we are playing a pawn who does not wish to be one. RE4R has no interest for me yet, because we know nothing about it yet, and that's kind of important. I'll be more interested and invested in RE4R once we know something about it, you know what I mean? It exists, that's about all we got so far. FF16, I mean, again, it's not even on the list yet, so we'll get there when we get there. But more to the point, I do think I'm one of the only people... Well, let me walk that back. I think I'm the only one of my friends who's actually interested in the game, because I actually really like Devil May Cry style combat and Bayonetta and all that fun stuff. So I'm into that. Story looks bland. Like, seriously, it looks like one of those generic stories I've seen from a Final Fantasy in a while. We'll see. I do like fighting games, although, you know, that's whatever. We can talk about RE8, although I obviously haven't played it. And we do still try to avoid unrelated spoilers, because that's always the plan. So listen, could you let my horse go, please? Please let my horse go. Oh, I gotta get the rest of it too. Oh, okay, whatever. I have no idea, Django. I mean, honestly, that would probably hurt like hell, despite the size difference. Come on. Really? There we go. Onwards. Let's see, other questions. Is it possible to have site sort reviews by newest first by default? Yeah. So the answer is yes, but that would involve manually resorting it myself. Manually. If enough people want me to do that, I can think about it, but that's going to be an hour or two of just manually rearranging table entries.
Kratos, behold the island of creation. Home to the Sisters of Fate. Here, the path to your true destiny begins. The island is fraught with danger. It was created to prevent all from reaching the three Sisters of Fate. The power of the Sisters will allow you to return to that moment when Zeus betrayed and killed you, Kratos, thus changing your fate and the fate of others.
Whoop. Who's the better Godslayer, Kratos or the Warrior of Light? I mean, in terms of numbers, the Warrior of Light has him beat. That being said, it's probably Kratos. Radisvest says, is funding of new games list locked for the time being? Nope. The list hasn't been locked down for literally years at this point. Yeah, that's true, Blade Traval. So based on the fact that there are no gods in FF14, I think I'm gonna have to go with Kratos. By default. It works out perfectly forever. Yes, I have, DeQuack. In fact, I did a full lore run of it. And review. In fact, I reviewed all of FF14, a feat I'm actually proud of. Is it good? Asterisks. So yes, with asterisks. I would say it's not as good as Shadowbringers, but it does a lot really well on the gameplay axis. Get out of here. You didn't need those. Yeah, I'm not gonna spoil, obviously, so that's about all you're getting out of me, sorry. Go watch the review if you want more details. Or read the review if you want all the details. No, Evo! I bow to you, Evo! Oh, wait, sorry, hang on. What I mean by that is that I get hit. I got hit bowing to you, Evo! How could you do this to me? This is the worst betrayal. Top 10 anime betrayals. Evo forcing me to bow for her donation. Shunk. God, I love that. Good night, Raskor. Have a good one. Oh, the boss up there. We haven't even reached him yet. Get a little closer. It's actually funny. This is probably one of the most detached parts of the whole game, but it makes sense why. Because we start in Rhodes, and then we take the flight to Typhon's prison, which also happens to be Prometheus' prison. And then we take the flight to the island, and as soon as we get to the island, everything's nice and cohesive. The island is extraordinarily well designed, in my opinion. Like, in terms of the layout, right? In most points, you can see where the other points of the island are, and you can kind of see and feel how it actually connects with itself. Oh yeah, and then we have to fight Whiner Boy, but we'll deal with him in a minute. God, this Dragoon. He's a literal Dragoon, too. He's a spear wielder flying a frickin' pseudo-dragon, attacking me in midair. He's a Dragoon. No, I'm pretty sure Odysseus is next, because he's up by the horses. We don't get to Icarus for a minute. And there's also Jason, I think? I don't know. Odysseus, Theseus, Ripheus, Bargius, I don't know. All these Greek names, God. Why don't they call Leander, like a real Greek person? A lot of yeses. Whoop, whoop, whoop. So now we're on the island. God, I love those musical shifts. I really do. Anyways, whoever Whiny Boy is, I'm pretty sure he's next. Whichever Ussus he is. Oh, this is just so much better than the first game. As I mentioned, the first game isn't exactly bad. In fact, it scored better than I thought it would be, but this game just absolutely crushes it like a bug. I was worried. I was so worried this game wouldn't hold up upon review. Because that happens. You know, sometimes you have fond memories of a game for X reason or Y reason, and it just doesn't actually hold up upon analytical perspective. But this game rocks. At least until we get to the next section, which is going to be all the negatives. That's true. The intro is garbage and one of the worst intros in video gaming. I spit upon it. I didn't hear, I think you mentioned it, but I missed it because I was busy at the time. What would you do with the intro to 2 to fix it, DJT? To improve upon it. I have no idea, Eleazar. It's hard for me to judge something I literally don't remember. Why is this bad? See you around, Narset. Okay, so make us... I mean, okay. Okay. Let's update the HUD. A bad habit of not updating the HUD. There we go. And let me delete questions I've already answered here so I can get caught up on these a little bit. The Poindexter says, did you do the sex minigame in this one yet? No. Was it less juvenile? No. It is, however, substantially more pointless to do. Do I think the Greek gods or Kratos could be defeated by small modern arms and artillery? Yes, but that's because most people tend to misunderstand just how ludicrously powerful things like guns are. Which is, let's be clear, entirely fiction's fault. I actually blame Doctor Who for that. No, seriously. Doctor Who has this long-standing trope of guns are useless. It's actually a thing for the show. The thing is, if you actually think about what's required to be immune to a gun, or an artillery shell, or a shipboard cannon, that's insane. An explosion or two. I mean, there's a difference between a stick of dynamite, which is also stronger than most people think, by the way, to an artillery shot. I'm pretty sure if you strapped some C4 to Kratos, you could kill him. And, you know, detonate it, obviously. Checking. Feel like there's... Okay, whatever. It's weird seeing this done normally, because the last time I watched this part of the game, the person was underwater the entire time. You've never seen the upward one, Chago? It's to get you some airtime, obviously. Yep, gotta kill the puppies. Need their delicious meat. Delicious puppies. Okay, this is too much. I'm not this hungry. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. I mean, who doesn't hate puppies, honestly? Yeah, these ones... These aren't typicals. Is that it? Okay. Take me back up, please. I think I wasn't done up there. Let's see. I think we're actually caught up on questions, except for Roman Cure's question, which I'm just going to hold on to until he hopefully gets his hard drive fixed. I love how you can see other... I mentioned this already. There's elements of... visual continuity is what I call it. It's when you could tell where you are just by looking around. It's surprisingly rare in video games. Because most of the time, video games are ultimately designed in a bubble, right? Like, you're on a particular part of a stage, all you can see is that stage and maybe some generic skybox, you know? It doesn't feel connected to the rest of it. This is one of the reasons I praised the island's design so much, because there's a lot of visual continuity to it. Which we're going to go ahead and add a positive for. Or a theoretical positive. Yeah, Sekiro is a great example of visual continuity. There are certain points in Sekiro where you can see almost the entire rest of the game, not counting, like, you know, the pocket dimension stuff. Nah. Now, I'm told Dark Souls 1 did that really well, too. I have to put that into that asterisk, though, because I don't actually remember all that much. Elden Ring was pretty good about that. I'll actually give you that. As much as I have issues with Elden Ring, and I certainly do. So there's our destination. Going back to that visual continuity thing I was literally just talking about. That is the final dungeon, effectively, right there. That little tower-looking thing. It's actually a bird. But there's also a jungle. Remember that? We'll be getting there in a minute. You can also see little tidbits of, like, some kind of ruins. We'll be going through that in a bit. And, of course, we're going to have the horse up here, too. So what I'm hearing so far... I'm not ignoring you, DJT, I swear. So what I'm hearing so far... Give me a hint, John, because I actually don't remember this one, I'm sorry. Is increase the stakes a little bit of the threat, which I'm fine with. And probably change up the death sequence. Honestly, the idea of Zeus imprisoning us in Tartarus with the Titans would actually make more sense for us. I mean, Django even mentioned that as a headcanon answer there. Because that would make more sense for why Gaia is able to reach out and help us, right? And it would kind of line up with his overall mindset. Rather than throwing us into Hades, which is canonically where Zeus throws people to be tortured forever because screw you, he sends us into Tartarus because he wants us locked away and gone, which is what he does with the ones in Tartarus. So that would actually make a lot more sense. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything here. I can't grab onto these things. Can't interact. Oh, I can kill those, apparently. Hang on, didn't realize I could kill these. Let's kill some skeletons really quick. Very important, very important. There we go. Very dead, very dead. I mean, honestly, in a setting like this, twice dead is actually a thing, so that tracks. So this is actually a new mechanic in God of War 2. Using corpses as blocks. When did Portal 1 come out? (2007). Okay, so it's probably not a direct influence. I only mention it because there's a bit of a parallel between how this game treats corpses and how that game treats bloxes as far as puzzle design. I can't get up here and do that, can I? Obviously the game wants me to do something here, because the camera is like, hey. Oh, okay. Is Sekiro as depressing as the other Souls-like games? No. Sekiro is the only Soulsborne game that I would be willing to do a re-review of, an audit of. Make of that what you will. But it is a true statement regardless. Does this handle Greek mythology better or worse than the last game? That's a good question. Does it have a more interesting take on Greek mythology than the last game? Yes. Is it more accurate? Not so much. I do too, Savacon, but that's why I say it that way, because whether or not you prefer accuracy or interest is kind of up to you. I idly follow Penny Arcade, mostly because they tend to have a good finger on the pulse of gaming news. And, that was pretty much a perfect take on it. Also, the fact that there's a currency in the game you can use to access certain parts of the game, which if you do, then allow you to then buy other things. Let me say that again in case you missed that. You can buy currency to do a hard mode of the game, which gives you access to buy other things. We've talked a lot about microtransactions and how they handle in a review. Diablo Immortal might actually be a rare greater than 3 negative situation. Because of how much of a fractal that gets to be.
You must find a way across to the island, Kratos. For there lies your path to the Sisters of Fate.
Why do you aid me, Gaia?
She's using you.
Must be stopped, Kratos. The story of revenge has been told before. You know of the mighty Titan Kronos. So fearful was Kronos of the Oracle's prediction that his own children would rise against him, that he decided to imprison them all in his belly. Rhea stood by and watched as her children were devoured one by one. But when the time came for the last of her children to be eaten, she was unable to bear another such loss, and devised a trick to save the baby Zeus.
I recognize it, Django, but yeah. Of course I do.
Rhea commanded the eagle to secret her son away. He was taken to an island far beyond the watchful eyes of Kronos.
While I don't actually like the designs of the Titans in this game, they do a really good job of emphasizing their size. There's several scenes where they actually do a really good way of presenting just how colossally huge these characters are.
It was I who cared for him. It was I who kept him safe. I nurtured his desire to free his brothers and sisters from Kronos. But my foolish act of compassion would haunt the Titans forever. For in sparing Zeus, we allowed him to return to us with vengeance in his heart. He betrayed all of the Titans for the sins of just one. The sins of his father, Kronos.
Okay, you get all that? It's gonna be a quiz later. And yeah, Sins of the Father. And again, why I do think you should play at least God of War 2 and 3 before you play 4. So that's kind of relevant. Almost died from hitting the wrong button. That's a new one. Well, you see, Cashel, I have diagrams. Here's a random question. I get why Django doesn't like God of War 4, or rather, hasn't tried God of War 4. What is with the hate for God of War 4? Like, I've seen, it's a small group, but I've seen a weird, consistent dislike of God of War 4, and I've never really heard a reason for it. mean, it could be an Undertale effect. Or just pendulum effect is actually what I call that. Yeah, I can see that, Django. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Hello. Ooh, that's hurt. That hurts. Let's just not mess around for a second. Let's just deal with this. Oh yeah, I forget if this is true or not. So correct me if I'm wrong. But I think if you're in rage mode, you automatically succeed at QTEs. It's kind of cool. Oh, there's specific scenes I don't like in God of War 4. I gave it negatives, and when we re-review it, I will give it negatives again. But I overall think it's an excellent game, which is why I'm just kind of like, oh. Where's the... Oh, Underworld effect. Well, I've never heard of Underworld effect, but you're thinking about Undertale effect, which is a subset of pendulum effect. Pendulum effect is... You hear people praise something, therefore you are more likely to dislike it. You hear people bash something, therefore you are more likely to like it. That's pendulum effect. It is a very normal, very common aspect of human psychology. Now, Undertale effect is a subset of pendulum effect. Undertale effect is when someone overpraises or underpraises something to the point where a specific minority, but nevertheless a vocal minority of a community, becomes, let's call it what it is, toxic. Either toxic positivity or toxic negativity. They won't shut up about how good it is, Undertale, or they won't shut up about how terrible and awful everything else is, negative. And thus other people will think less highly of a thing than they should, simply because of how people talk about things related thereto. I know people for years who refused to try Undertale because of that problem. No, a hipster is an unrelated thing. Well, it's okay. A hipster's more like 15 unrelated things, but whatever. A hipster's just Trevor from GTA 5. Yeah, no, it's an aspect of human psychology. It's not a theory. I have a lot of theories, but pendulum effect is a real thing. And that sucks. I myself fight against it. I've actually had people insult me over the years by saying the only way I think A or B is because I admit that I am, like, being hit by pendulum effect, which just proves how little those people actually listen to me. Which always irritates me a little bit, but that's neither here nor there. That happens a lot on my YouTube videos, specifically. Hell, I had a comment recently say, why is this not a lamentation? When I very clearly explained why it isn't in the video in question. Well, I spent like 5 minutes explaining why it wasn't a lamentation. Nope, nope. No, Blade Traval. It was actually really obvious why Elden Ring was so praised. And I even talked about that during the run. Elden Ring is probably the best Dark Souls game I've ever played. Has substantially better quality of life improvements over the Dark Souls series in general. And has unique little cool things about it, like the way we use, I forget his name, the goat, as well as the world design and the nature of the overworld design. And all of that's cool. It makes perfect sense why people would like it. I still don't. Oh, I knew that was coming, Mr. Red, but it's still funny to me that people ask that, even though I straight up answered that in the video, you know? That's why I answered that in the video. Oh yeah, Elden Ring is coffee. By contrast, I'm not sure I'd be willing to call most Dark Souls games coffee, but at least Elden Ring is actually a coffee game. Come on. Oh my god, just, unlocked. Oh, no question, Hardboiled One. I will admit, I saw some people being in the toxic positivity category with Elden Ring, but I just roll my eyes at that at this point. It's like, oh yeah, sure, Remember that reviewer who was saying that it's a brand new paradigm in game design? That person has either never played another video game in his life or doesn't know what paradigm means. Idiot. No, LoL fans... Or, sorry. I mean, yes, League of Legends fan base has historically been pretty bad. I don't know if it's still bad. I haven't played League of Legends in years, and I never will again. But, you know, shrug. By the way, I don't know if you noticed, but my moveset actually changes in Rage Mode. It's another reason Rage Mode is awesome. It probably also changed... No, it did change in one. I can confirm that. I just didn't notice it as much because, you know, Rage Mode isn't all that great in one. No genre of game is automatically on the banned list, Jesse's Madness. Not even dating sim. We have reviewed one dating sim. Ever. Did I not set my timer? I haven't felt this go off in a minute. I did not. There we go. The KFC one, which I forget the name of it. Yes and no, Grand Spectre. Historically speaking, it kind of depends. And the actual nuances of what causes a game to encourage negativity and toxicity is actually substantially more nuanced than most people tend to think. Ugh. Okay. So, this is an interesting mechanic. When these things die, they send out a shockwave. We need to destroy the terrain with their deaths. It means we need them to die in a specific area, which is why I'm trying to kill them in a specific way and failing at it. Damn it. Yes, Heroes of the Storm is the best MOBA I've ever played. And I've actually played quite a few. Really, Django? I've played this game like 10 times and I never knew that. Oh, whatever. I got her over here anyways. I am about to die, however, so let's go fix that. Okay. This is bad, actually. Oh, there we go. Let's try the opposite. Let's test Django's theory. Kill this sucker way over here. See what happens. Like, this is as far to the other end as we... Oh, no, it counted. What do you know? Excellent. We killed that one. And, yeah, we cannot grab them before. As it was in the first game. If a circle thing shows up, it means they are invulnerable to grab until the circle thing shows up. It's pretty consistent. Demigod. Was that the, like, third person one? You played Greek gods kind of a thing? Listen, blocking is for losers. I'm just saying. Also, I haven't...
Seeds of time. A gift from the great titan Kronos. His unsuccessful attempt to gain the favor of the Sisters of Fate. And change the destiny which the Oracle foretold.
Ahem. I'll block a whole lot more once we get the fleece, or whatever it is. Not yet. Although I'm just going to dump those in there. And then save, so we don't have to do that again when I die in 5 seconds. See, I can't answer why I don't agree with that, DJT. Because it's a total spoiler. Don't worry, I'll definitely talk about it in the room for the 5 people who actually watch those. Nobody watches the post-stream ruminations. It's one of the reasons I want to discontinue doing them. Fancy set piece disguised as a... Or, excuse me, loading screen disguised by a fancy set piece. There we go. Whoop. Finally lost the thing there. Don't worry, I won't remove it until I take over the world, Savicon. Yeah, the post-stream ruminations. That's the YouTube side of things. Not the VODs. Although nobody watches the VODs either, but those aren't going away. I don't think I've played that one, Me Hookspawn. Well, I mean, I suppose that's the irony. Most people who are watching the stream probably don't watch the post-stream rumination because they watched the stream. I literally call the playlist post-stream summarizations. No, it's something in 2, DJT. It's probably the only clever part of the story, excuse me, plot, in 2, in my opinion. I'm probably even going to positive it when we get there, but we'll see. Okay, it's time to go fight at the Ussus. Who needs palm skin?
The ghost of Sparta. Then what they say is true.
Is that Paul Edding again?
The fools who try.
It is.
You would be the last I would expect to seek an audience with the Sisters of Fate. And you are the last one I would expect to become a servant of the Fates. I serve and protect the Sisters of Fate for the glory of Zeus. The time of Zeus is coming to an end.
He's tall.
You seek the Sisters to kill Zeus. You no longer possess the powers of a god, Kratos. I doubt you're capable of killing me, let alone the king of Olympus.
Let me pass, and I will let you live, old man.
I do not think that is your choice to make.
So this fight really, really sucks on Titan difficulty.
Let us finally see who is the greatest warrior in all of Greece.
Like, he absolutely bodied me. I was not ready for that at all. Yeah, Theseus isn't evil, he's just, well, you know. He's a pawn of the gods, which I suppose we should relate to if we think about it. Oh, up to phase 2, that's not too bad. Oh god, wasn't ready. Really wasn't ready for that. I'm being kind of boring, but, you know, I have bad memories of this fight, so trying to be cautious. You're probably wondering, why, Laura? Well, this phase sucks. Can't block this, can I? Nope, cannot block. Okay, good to know. Yeah, in case you missed that, Theseus, let me say that again, Theseus spawns Minotaurs to help you, or help him kill you. I might actually die on this one, because I had a couple of screw-ups earlier. Like, some of these, you'd know they did this on purpose, right? There's no way they didn't. Come on. Fun fact, by the way, about the harder difficulties of this game. So, enemy damage is increased, right? But the way they calculate that has a unique little thing to it. If you grab an enemy and throw that at another enemy, that counts as enemy damage. So it actually does way more damage than it should on Titan difficulty. I couldn't remember, Django. I was going to get it one more round before I move on. Because, yeah, the point of this, if I'm not mistaken, is to get that, the mana. It's like almost a full mana refill. So I can keep doing this. That's actually... okay. I had time to have two Minotaurs up, excuse me, but whatever, we'll figure it out. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Oh, Jesus. Okay, hang on. One is the answer to your first question, Evo, without even looking at the rest of it. I'll look at the rest of it for a second, though. He was like, "Hey, Laura, could you give me a 5-point essay on this?" I'm like, "Sure, give me a second." So Evo asks, "How many judges are required to proclaim judgment?" So again, the answer is 1, partially because of pragmatism. There aren't that many judges in a, galactic power. It's a lot of people. Like, most judges work very long hours. And most of that is just spent judging. You know what I mean? Yes, they do, actually, Grand Spectre. They have access to the truth, but you say, how do they prove it to everyone else? The problem is, at this point, at the point at which the story really gets going, the fact that the judges have access to truth, capital T, is just kind of a stated fact. Now, if for whatever reason you doubt a particular judge's judgment, well, you have the right to question that. I mean, that's on you. But that means you're going to have to go find another judge and just kind of sit in line for however long that's going to take in order to get to it. And your question will be lower priority because you're effectively just wasting everyone's time. So anyways, this is what I think of Theseus and his stupid face. Yeah, exactly, Django. Frickin' God, that boss. It's actually a fun boss fight. I like it. I'm going to give it a positive. But God, that boss fight on Titan difficulty is just such a brat. So the biggest thing, there's several things wrong with that fight, in Titan difficulty specifically. But the only one that really matters is the fact that he can, with absolutely no warning, while you're hitting him, just transition into the I'm going to grab you and fling you attack. And that's the one where you have to do the input with the analog. There's no warning for that. And you have very little time to push that input, and you're probably moving anyways. So you might go ahead and just kind of do the wrong input like I did the first time if you're paying attention, without even recognizing the attack is coming in. And that attack will frickety kill you, or come close to killing you. So, negative to gameplay. Difficulty options, because I looked it up. I was really excited for a second, because I was looking up the difficulty options and the specifics of what they do. And what I was hearing was like, oh, this isn't bad, this might not be a negative. And then it started referencing things that I knew don't exist in God of War 2. And I realized that I was reading about the difficulty settings in God of War 4. So I pulled up the speedrunning community's details on how this game works, because they tend to go into more detail than, anything else. And, yeah, no, it's just damage they do, and damage you do. That's it. That's also how I found out about the flinging thing, by the way. Lazy difficulty is a negative, almost universally. Yeah, speedrunners and tasters, tell you what, you want to learn about a game. Oh yeah, you take so much more damage. But yeah, no, you do actually do, I think it's 40% of your total damage, a 0.4 modifier. So yeah, reduction of 60%. And, shrug. I don't know what else to add to that. It's funny because for the longest time I assumed they increased the health on enemies, but no. They just changed how much damage you do. Which is the same thing, really. Unless you throw enemies a bunch, apparently. But So you say there needs to be more than one judge to independently confirm guilt or innocence. First of all, that would be insane to actually accomplish. I'm not saying that it's an invalid thought, I'm just saying in terms of practicality, having every case that runs by a judge, both great and small, run by more than one judge, would quite literally exponentially increase the amount of work and the amount of the queue that the judges go through. That being stated, again, that is an option you can do. You're not going to get a different answer. The whole point of the judges, now this is kind of an out-of-character answer, but the whole point of the judges is the original judge, who I'm not going to tell you that is, had the ability to do two things. All judges have two powers. They can know the truth, the whole truth, and entirety of the truth, and they can pass on that power to someone else. Right? Here's the catch. If you have access to the truth, you know who will never abuse or misuse that power, right? You know who you can give that power to, who will never use it for their own sake, or abuse it, or whatever. So, the judges have consistently kept this chain of only giving it to people who will never abuse it, ever since the beginning. Kronos offered the Steeds of Time to the sisters in a futile attempt to change his fate. I cannot change... Oh, sorry, we're not there yet, right or left, right or left. Hyperspeed Folklore asks a good question. How do you fix Atreus' hissy fit? We kind of talked about that during the run of God of War 4, but the simplicity of it is make it less severe. The biggest problem with Atreus' hissy fit was that it did what a lot of 20-minute shows in general will do. It tried to cram 40 minutes of character into 10 minutes of cutscenes. And so Atreus is way over the top. And it's irritating. The severity of it makes it less believable that it's an actual character point. As I talked about during God of War 4, I presumed the entire time he was being influenced by something. Like mind control, or some kind of curse or whatever. I felt like there's something else here. There it is. Thank you. But no, it was supposed to be just him being a brat, and I didn't buy that for a second. Which is a damn shame. Because there's a lot of really well-crafted scenes in God of War 4. That is not one of them. The Empire I'm referring to in these questions, Rehexi, is my Empire from the Extant. Yeah, exactly, Nerozaz. I was assuming this was something Odin was doing to screw with us. It's certainly his style. Exactly, Hyperspeed Folklore. Either stretch it out some more, so you can kind of ease into it a bit more, or just tone down the amount of dickishness that he was doing. One of the two. It's especially a problem in any game, show, book, or movie in which things like mind control and curses are a real thing, like God of War 4. Correct, Evo. They know the truth of the past, the present, and the future. The truth. Like I said, capital T.
Destiny has brought us together, warrior. Before my fall in the great war with the gods, I hid away the last remnants of my magic.
What?
For the good of the Titans, I, Kronos, now bestow what is left upon you. Use it well.
So yeah, first game we were being empowered by the gods. Now we're being empowered by the Titans, since all that energy was sucked away into the blood of Olympus. And that gives us Kronos' Rage. This is an extraordinarily useful ability. It looks like it'd be worse than Poseidon's Wrath, but it's not. It's so good. So you can have 3 of these orbs down at once. And as you see, they just hit everything nearby them for several seconds. And yeah, when you upgrade this thing, oh, this is so good. Now, if you're paying attention, this is following... Hi, Valerian. This is following the exact same trend that the upgrade to the Rage Meter did. Because it's more gradient, 3 things instead of 1, you can still move around while it's casting, and it lasts for several seconds while you're still active. You can hit them while doing this, by the way, which I haven't been showing off properly. Because it's more gradient and because more of it is in the hands of the player, it once again is Poseidon's Wrath, but better. And as usual, they let us play around with it for a bit here. So yeah, that's a fun spell. We're definitely going to upgrade that one. But first, we now have... What do we have? Ah, perfect. Cyclone. So that's another 10,000 for the next one. I think we'll upgrade that first before we move forward. But now we can do this. Which is exactly as useful as it looks. I call this the COVID attack. That's a lie. I just made that up right now. I now call this the COVID attack. 6 feet, please! I feel like I missed something. I did. Well, that's an interesting and dangerous question, Evo. Let me answer that a different way. Free will is absolutely a thing within the extant. In fact, I am actually a really strong proponent of and believer of free will in real life. But free will exists in a certain way. Let me explain that differently. So let's say, you say that people change, and that's true, of course, but you will always decide who you are at a given point in time. Not because of destiny, not because of some cosmic fate, or some anything. Some book wrote it down somewhere. None of that matters. You will do what you will do because you choose to, because you are you. Make sense? So the truth is, you will always know someone who will never do X or will always do Y. Right. Because they are them. And you can know who they will be and who they were. Go away. Do I have to hit the things first? Okay, hang on. Let's go hit the things. Right. I remember this now. Yes, Turbo Death. Alright, so we'll do green first. How are these checkpoints, by the way? I'm just going to spoil this for you. They're really good checkpoints. They're positive-worthy checkpoints. But yeah, I admittedly tend to be against fates and prophecies and all that kind of fun stuff. Counts! Still counts. No, exactly, Eclectic. That's a good way to put it. We talked about this in my MLP streaminations, because it comes up over there, too. You have the freedom of will to choose anything, but what you're going to choose kind of depends on who and what you are. Like, I could punch my monitor right now. I have the will to choose that. I have everything I need to make that decision. I wouldn't, because why the hell would I? It's a nice monitor. I like this monitor. Oh yeah, by the way. Oh, wrong button. This is my go-to button for getting rid of these jackasses. Especially in Titan difficulty. Just, no. Just, no. 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 I don't like your wings. Just want to make sure something. Yep, okay. Anyways, I'm probably failing to explain this, Evo. But the long and the short of it is, there is free will, but if you know the truth, then you know everything. That's how that works. Or at least you can know everything. Sorry, that's a better way to phrase that. That is also a distinction, too. They're not omniscient. Truth is something you have to pull. You have to reach out and say, who's going to win the Super Bowl next year? You don't just automatically know that along with everything else ever. That's omniscience. What they have is access. That's probably the greatest limitation of the judges. They need to specifically reach out and say, or, well, you know, do, what's this? How'd this go? Etc., etc. I mean, it'll definitely be the Bukes, but, you know, not because of free will, just because it's been rigged. By the lizards that actually control the world. See more at my convention. It's only $50 to attend. Hypothetically, yes, hyperspeed folklore. Again, they're not omniscient, and they're certainly not omnipotent. Damn it, you know about the TVA! I'm gonna have a 357 on Dr. Winter. I repeat, a 357, thank you. So Dr. Winter says, if you were presented a choice, A or B, and you decide that I pick B, I pick A, then you reset me without my knowledge until the time at which I pick B. Did I choose B willingly? Yes. Ah! Almost made that work. I've done that before. To say you weren't a part of the decision-making process would be foolish, but the problem is everything's a part of the decision-making process. You still decide, and you decided B, or I decided B, or whatever. Take two. There we go. Much better. There we go. I was just saying, can I move, game? Okay. Didn't let me grab that guy. Come on. Come on. There we go. So, anybody out there like absolutely ridiculous acts of just insanely bonkers things? Because you're about to see one of the weirdest ones I've seen in this entire game. Like, this should be in the Fast and the Furious. That's how ridiculous this is. Yah, horses! Made of stone. That are skyscraper-sized. It's okay, they're back to being stone. No stone horses were injured in the making of this scene. I don't know, Mike Romano. So, Evo says, let's say there's a star that's going to go nova. So Judge somehow knows how to ask about that. It's like, oh my god. The problem is, the way you phrased that is actually inaccurate. You said, the judge polls, finds out that a star is going to nova, and who's affected by it, and therefore decides to save the people who are affected by it, rendering it not true. It doesn't work that way. The judge would be able to poll the star going nova, and then, in the knowledge, know that they are going to go and change the... save the people who would have been affected by the nova. Therefore, the knowledge of who would be affected by it is no one, because they will take action upon the knowledge they have to save those people. Sense make? You know what? Let's just have some fun for a minute. Just for a minute, you know, just have some fun. We do have this attack now. Well, that's an interesting statement. It's also incredibly wrong, Evo. Let me ask you this. What's someone you really care about? Someone who matters a lot to you. Don't have to tell me who they are. Just think of someone, okay? Now, let's assume for a moment that you find out. It's Dargo! It's Car Dargo, I knew it. Let's say that you find out... Oh, God, I keep hitting the wrong button. That they're gonna die horribly, oh god! Alright, no, hang on, that's stupid. Let me phrase this correctly. Let's say that you find out that they're going to be on a train which you know somehow is going to explode next week. Can you choose not to act in order to help that person you care about? That is what they tell me, Maz. Now, the answer to that is, of course, yes, you can in fact choose not to do that. But you won't.
You must return to the island, Kratos. Your journey to the Sisters of Fate has only just begun.
This is why I talk about free will in the sense of who and what you are and choices and blah blah. And the whole somewhat more eloquent speech I gave earlier. No, don't worry. We don't have to go back, Ross. No, Savacom. It would be more accurate to say there's less accidents within the Empire. Remember, the Empire is only one of the interstellar community. One member of the interstellar community. That being said, I actually have a hypothetical story written around the idea of one judge reaching out to the hegemony and saying, hey, you know, something bad's gonna go wrong. I haven't really decided what. This is a really vague story. I haven't meshed it out yet. And the hegemony's gonna be like, oh, sure it is. And you get the idea. You get the thrust of the story concept there. If you could have prevented it from falling off the rails, then your knowledge of it falling off the rails would never have existed to begin with, Evo. Because you could have prevented it from falling off the rails. Ergo, your knowledge would be this train... How do I explain this? Think of it like a D&D campaign, okay? Let's say that the GM tells you, the platform you're on is falling. Now, you can prevent that by doing a DC check to stop that from falling. But it's not like the universe is telling you. It's not like the truth is that the platform is falling and there's nothing you can do about it. It's that the platform might fall. Does that make any sense? The whole platform. You're secretly Sabin. Yeah, I was gonna say, I feel like this is an exploration section. Oh, I hate trolley problems. Trolley problems are stupid. I'm sorry, they are. That's grade school morality. That's pretty normal, Django. I don't think I've ever gotten all the stuff in this game without a guide. In fact, I know I haven't. That's an interesting statement, Evo, which I actually disagree with. It is the absolute truth because you know that absolutely. It is the truth. So, let me try to explain that a little bit better. Let's say that let's assume for a moment that I was going to go driving out and about right now. Oh, gotcha, Mike. Come on, that makes sense. I didn't even hear that. Let's say I was going to go driving out to the thing. I'm not, but let's presume I was, okay? So, I might die when I go out driving. That is a true statement, right? But it's not really the truth in the sense that I'm describing it as, because if I was a judge and I reached out to poll that, I would say, is there a possibility of me dying on this thing that I need to be wary of? To which the answer would be, no. Just drive safely as normal, and then everything's fine. In other words, there's a difference between the technical definition of might, which is an elephant can dangle off of a cliff by its nose, and then there's the more practical, tangible, there it is, definition of might, aka something that's actually going to happen unless something directly intervenes with it, such as the judge in question. So to go back to my driving question, let's say that I was going to go out driving, and let's say that there's actually an assassin who's out for me, and they are specifically driving out there to capture me and kill me and do all sorts of stuff, and then, as a judge, I could then see what their plan is, and figure out how to circumvent it in a way that best benefits the overall situation. Either because I want to live, I want them to die, or I want them to be alive and interrogated, or whatever. Sense, Mike? I love the grenade birds, by the way. Rogue judges? Define a rogue judge for me. The answer's probably no. One thing I find fascinating. One of the most common trends I've noticed over the years, and this is not just true with my setting, it's true with anything, is the moment you introduce a concept, the first thing people try to do is break down that concept. First thing. It's fascinating to watch, really. You put someone in a room, so you can do anything in this room but don't open the door. First thing they're going to ask, how do I open the door? What if I can't open the door? What if I do open the door? What happens when I open the door? Yeah, it's human nature. It's fascinating to watch, really. Anyways, I think there was another question. Hang on. Evo asked a question. She says, when you'll re-review God of War 4, something I really look forward to doing, actually, will you be playing it on PC? I hope so. I'm going to do a little research before I commit to that, though, because Lord knows Horizon Forbidden West Horizon Forbidden Dawn really burned me hard on that. That sucked. Got it. A judge who is not aligned with the Empire is what you're saying. Maybe. I've never thought about it, but there's nothing that would prevent it from happening. I have at least one Gorgonite shy right now. Oh god, that pissed me off so hard, Ross. I was so enjoying it. I was so enjoying actually being able to, you know, aim and have good controls. That's actually true, Valerian. By the way, Evo, if you haven't read Valerian's extant story, you totally should. I mean that. It's good. It's a good one. I'm really pleased with it. It actually needs a little bit of retconning. That's my fault, not his. I've just changed aspects of the setting since then. But it's a good read regardless. Yeah, exactly, Savacon. You get the idea. So hang on, let's see here. Questions. Can I recall off the top of my head a game where a character gives a huge monologue in multiple windows which you're likely to skip? There's then a 4-window moment where the character asks, are you even listening? Several Zelda games. I'm not joking. Okay, I wasn't sure. There are literally several Zelda games that do that. Okay, so hang on, let me delete the question queue a little bit to get caught up here. So I can get a donation from Warp Core. It's all the point, really. Thank you, Warp Core. As always. And if you know where you want that to go, please let me know. Yeah, I feel like Metal Gear did that once, too. Is this the room? This is the room, I think it is. I remember this room specifically because... so, you don't know this, Django, but I tend to have legendarily bad luck with walkthroughs. This is not a recent thing. So I was reading a walkthrough for where to find everything in this room, and it was giving just the most vague, terrible descriptions that I was actually having trouble figuring out where they were. Anyways. Excuse me. We got Switch, we got Corpse. Got this. Whoop. This. Let's see here. So, reading. Oh, hang on. I've actually already answered all these questions. Let's catch up to the queue a little bit more here. There we go. So let's say Dr. Winter says you weren't allowed to ship, then was it B? The choice was aroused by does that really live well? I mean, first of all, yes, Dr. Winter, that is still free will. Just because something else is involved in the decision you make doesn't prevent you from making a decision. Just because you are... I'm trying to explain this and I'm failing at it. No matter what you do to finagle your way through this, if you decide to engender a situation where you will reset until I pick a certain choice, I'm still picking that choice. It doesn't... The rest of that doesn't really matter at the end of the day. I am still deciding to choose B that time. So there's the required item. Panther 3 doesn't require a walkthrough. Oh, that sucks, Lava Dude. I was wondering why you were being so quiet. I mean, granted, we're talking about other philosophical crap, so that's probably it. So, ignoring the desert in BOF 3, there's also the Masters. But I think we'll go ahead and just be suboptimal with the Masters.
That you hold, an amulet of the Sisters of Fate, will allow you to move swiftly through time while all around you slows.
I think we're probably just going to go ahead and give a negative to the Masters and just kind of live with that, though. Probably a positive, too, if I'm being honest, but definitely a negative. So Elizar asks, is this game locked at 30 FPS? I have no idea. I don't even know how to check. Wait, this is a PS3 game, so it would have to be, wouldn't it? By default. Undo. Undo. Like, I don't think the PS3 could do 60 FPS, could it? Only a cracked mural, which I'm missing. Good news is I don't have to mess with the gamma on this one. Bad news is I missed that one. Do I ship anyone in the Breath of Fire franchise other than Ryu and Nina? See, the problem, Dr. Winter, is what you're asking me is, if I flip a coin an infinite number of times in order to get the outcome I want, does the outcome I want happen? The answer is yes. No matter how much control and manipulation you have over the situation, you still have to flip the coin. The coin still has to land on the specific side. Like, I don't know. That's getting into other things that I honestly actually don't want to talk about, but I stand firm in my opinion on that one. But Mortal Kombat 10, I think that one was, Grand Spectre? Really? There we go. Whoa, okay, that sucked. Alright, fine. Cat and the dude, I can't even think of his name. In BOF 2. Ugh, fine, I'll get the chest on the rail. It's too late now. think I'm actually too late to do this. Oh, no, maybe. Ugh. Not quite. No chest for me. No, I can't reach the corpse yet. Yes, but those choices did happen. You reset each time. In order to control the scenario, in order to make the choice that you wanted happen. You had control over the situation, but not total control. You cannot point to me and say, pick this. All you can do is manipulate me.
None defy what the fates decree. That is how it must be. Only death awaits you at the end of your journey.
My death is what began this journey.
The fates have not deemed victory for you. Your soul will never find peace for what you have become.
I am what the gods have made me.
Interestingly, the thematic core of fate and choice is actually very important to this game. No, really. I should probably also mention, and this kind of ties into something we were talking about a bit ago. Some choices I'm never going to make. So, you know, you give us this hypothetical, completely controlled scenario in which I eventually pick B. But let's say that you're trying to force me to put pineapple on pizza and then eat it. I will never do that. Even if I'm starving. Well, okay, maybe I'm starving. But my point is, you're trying to control a situation by assuming an absolute. Which just doesn't exist in real life. So in your hypothetical, you're assuming a total amount of control over the situation, except for me. Which itself is kind of defeating the point of your own argument. You would have to have such total control over everything, except for me. Because you can't actually make me do it. You can only manipulate me into doing it. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4 chests. Did I miss one? Wait, seriously, where's the chest I'm missing? Excuse me. Oh, right, you mentioned a crack. I still don't see this crack. I really don't. I'm gonna assume there's a crack here, because this is the only mural. So that has to be what you're talking about. There's a lot of kills that amuse the hell out of me, Lava, so I'm kind of with you on that. I don't feel like I'm doing anything here. That's the tink, not the... Like, there's different sound effects. I think I need to be higher up to do it. By the way, what Dr. Winter's talking about is also the perfect example of why I absolutely hate the infinite multiverse concept. Because the infinite multiverse concept makes absolutely everything completely meaningless. When everything is infinite multiplied by infinite to the power of infinite, everything becomes absolutely certain. And that's stupid. You want to talk about removing free will, that's how you move free will from a setting. If every choice is made, there is no choice. There we go. Thanks, Django. I gotta get back up. Oh, Multiverse of Madness pissed me off. A surprisingly enjoyable film with a script written by a 2-year-old in crayon. No, really. Good acting, couple good scenes, really good cinematography. Like, good directing work overall. And just garbage script. It reminds me a lot of Star Trek Into Darkness, for those of you who've seen that, which is the second of the Kelvin ones. Same thing. Terrible, terrible script. Just garbage script. But salvaged by acting and directing. Like, I've actually... What's funny is I hated the movie just after seeing it. Then I started looking into the behind the scenes, and my opinion of the film went down. Which is kind of impressive in its own right. Well, I haven't seen Everything Everywhere All at Once, and never will, but... Blah, blah, blah.
You cannot change your destiny.
Blah, blah, blah.
We will never allow you to reach our sacred temple, Kratos. You cannot change your destiny, mortal.
I mean, I have no interest in the premise, and I only watch movies for the show at this point anyways, Dr. Winter. Well, and if my friends want to see them. None of my friends want to see that film. I'm probably going to discontinue movie ruminations in general. And, I mean, screw the premise of that film. So, there you go. I have not only zero reason to watch it, but actually negative reason to watch it.
You cannot change your destiny, mortal.
I love the kill animations in this game. Have I mentioned that lately?
We will never allow you to reach our sacred temple, Kratos.
No, Hyperspeed Folklore. At least not in a review sense. Will I respect it more? Absolutely. Oh, good! Exclamation mark. I was actually going to text you tonight to see how she was doing. Period. You staying there for the night? Question mark. Oh, it's probably a really good movie. I just don't give a damn. Don't mistake that for a negative. It's just, I don't care, you know what I mean? There's a lot of good movies out there. That's you know, Finite Time, etc., etc. I couldn't remember if there was a valid point to slow down time other than being on Titan difficulty and trying to avoid getting hit. So I was trying to see what had happened if I didn't do it. I should have just done it to show it off. Now... one of the things I talk about a lot in game design is density. Now, I can't really show this off properly, but if you pay attention, I am probably about 300 or 400 feet from where we started on the island. If that. And now I'm about to do what is effectively two other little mini dungeons to the left and the right, before we even progress out of this area. There's a lot of density to God of War 2, which is kind of my point. And yeah, this is Zeus, and there's us, and yada yada yada. Doesn't let me look at it this time, sorry. Delicious Gorgonized. I think it's down. I'm pretty sure I go down at this point. Nope, I'm completely wrong. Yeah, they're like grapes in Elden Ring. Where the hell? Oh, there it is. I know there's a way down. Couldn't just jump over the edge. Destiny's Atrium. Oh, for God's sakes. Frickin' Fates. Notice he doesn't get staggered by the magic, by the way. Takes damage from it. Doesn't get staggered from it. Yes, he really just did that. Yes, it's amusing. Yep, enemies interact better with each other. It's not... well, we'll talk more about it later, but... this is, I believe, the first time we can really see that happening. In this one. In 2. while I'm fighting these. Evo clarified. Let's see here. So if a judge asks, is there a possibility of X happening? The answer would be yes. And if they ask, is X happening after sooner? The answer would no. Do you understand correctly? Kind of. So there's actually another niggle I haven't really clarified on. The answer you get depends on why you're asking. Because the answer you're getting is the truth. So, let me try to explain that a little bit. I'm trying to come up with a scenario. I know this happens to me all the time in real life. But of course, I can't remember any incidents right now because I'm an idiot. Hey, Andrew. Well, it's not just that, Hyperspeed Folklore. The truth matters based on why you're asking it. So, okay. Let's say for a second that I want to have Mexican food with Bragwin tonight. That actually sounds pretty awesome. That'd be cool. So I'm like, hey, Bragwin, you hungry? Now, let's assume for a weird moment that Bragwin is the truth, and I am a judge. So Bragwin, the truth in this case, would not answer, yes, I'm hungry. Bragwin would answer, I would like to have Mexican food with you. Because that's what I'm really asking. Does that make sense? That's a good question, Console Hot. I would assume Revan would actually want the conquered territories to be, taken care of. There's a quote I'm fond of that comes from Byzantine times. Treat the conquered like they are citizens because they are citizens. And I feel like Revan would be more in that directory rather than Malik, who would treat the conquered like chattel because he's a moron. Why are... Okay. I'm apparently really terrible at explaining myself, so help me out here, Evo. What's the confusion point? By the way, I totally believe in that, too. If I conquer the world, you're all going to be taken care of because you are Imperial citizens. That's how that works. Anyways, sorry, I never finished answering your question, Hyperspeed Folklore. So, I wouldn't give a game a plus for being a plucky underdog. I actually have a perfect example of this right off the top of my head. Dragon Age 2. Dragon Age 2 had everything stacked against it, and still managed to be a decent game somehow. That's impressive and respect-worthy. But I wouldn't give that a plus to gameplay. Make sense? There have been exceptions to that. We did give a plus to Final Fantasy XIV for what I call the ARR Miracle. That's probably as close to that as we've ever got. But to use Dragon Age 2 specifically, I doubt I will do that for Dragon Age 2. You're right, actually, DJT. I didn't even think about that, but you're right. Oh yeah, I love the companions in 2. Most of them. Oh my god, I am 6 away. Look at that. I need 6 experience. 6! Out of like 4,000. I don't have the fleece yet, do I? Okay, so we're not going to do that. Exactly, Blade Traval. Now, the ARR Miracle was a miracle and totally deserves it. So, I was using a bad example, apparently, Evo. So let's try this, okay? Let's do it this way. I want to go have Mexican... Wait. I want to have Mexican with Bragwin. And donuts, okay? Really want Mexican and donut with Bragwins, while she's naked, preferably. Now, I am a judge, so I reach out to reality, and I say, hey, now, pretty much no matter which... Sorry, Bragwin. Pretty much, no matter how I phrase this question, doesn't matter, because that's the intent of the question, right? So while I reach out to the reality, while I reach out for the answer to this question, the answer I get back will depend on what I'm really asking and why I'm asking it. Look, Django, what do you want from me? I know what you want from me. You want me to be one of those silent streamers. Just sit here, no commentary. Whoop, 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 whoop. That is loud. I guess that's a good thing. So in other words, and just bland answers, nothing but bland answers. So in other words, if I reached out to the truth for the answer to dinner or Bregwin or however the hell I phrase it, because again, how I phrase it doesn't really matter. The answer I would get would be, yes, Bregwin's totally down for all of that, except the naked part. She's not into that right now. Bingo, DJT. The whole point of the concept of truth is intent, not... Let me actually phrase it a little bit differently. The whole point of the truth is to be able to get the truth, not technically. Because as anybody who's ever done programming before, never mind, legality, or even economics, they will be able to tell you, if you just want the truth from an answer to a question... Oh, looks like I can't do it. Then you have to phrase that question extraordinarily specifically, right? It's the cursed genie thing. You know what I mean? I wish for world peace. Except what you actually need to do is wish for like 15 different things and a 5-page essay on what you mean by that. But if the truth exists, then it can understand intent. Yeah, X-Files did that one, Dr. Winter. I like that. And yeah, the monkey's paw. Exactly. That's an interesting question, Evo. Please define factual truth for me. Yeah, of course Simpsons did it. So I did that and I did that. Good on that. I think I'm good. So, time for something I've been looking forward to for a bit now. The saving of the game. Let me try this, Evo. Let me try to presume your question. Let's assume for just a moment that this right here is blue, right? To me. But let's say that you have a thing which makes you see it as purple, and there's another alien who's looking at this very watch right now who sees it as Glabarian, because they see on a different wavelength than I. So if you ask for the absolute truth of what the color of this is, you will not get the absolute truth of the color it is, because what the color is varies based on the perceiver, right? So there's no absolute truth of what color this thing is. So the intent of why you asked would matter. In this case, the intent would be, what do I see when I see this? Which means the answer would be blue. Speaking of which, time to take a drink. If that doesn't answer it, then I'd have no idea what you're talking about with absolute truth. But I am stupid. That's true, actually, Ikit. That's an interesting concept. Or maybe, like, the specifics of what is being reflected off of it. Something like that. I don't know.
Hidden deep within the spire lie the sisters. They control the threads of fate. Gain control of your thread, and you will be able to return to the moment when Zeus betrayed you.
But first... Remember this guy? No, really, do you? Because I didn't when I first fought this guy. I was like, who's this dude? I mean, granted, one didn't really make much of an impact on me when I was playing it for the first time, as I've talked about before, so that's whatever.
By the gods, it is true. I have fought my way through the guardians of Hades and crawled my way out of the fire years of torment to change my fate. And for my efforts, the sisters shine their light upon me, delivering the very object of my vengeance, Kratos. The servant of Ares. Do you remember that day, Spartan?
I will never forget that day.
It's always funny to me how they literally copy-paste CGI from the first game and the second one for the flashbacks.
This time, Ghost of Sparta, I will have your head.
Now, if you're paying attention, this is now the second person, and indeed second boss in a row, who has been specifically empowered and aided by the Fates to stop us. Let's keep that in mind for later. Damn it, I was... Oh, I... I don't know if that's plus-worthy in and of itself, Hyperspeed Folklore, but we'll be debating a plus to external continuity. We might also debate a negative to external continuity, too. We'll see. Okay, there's something I'm forgetting about this. Or maybe I just suck? I don't know. I mean, I'd play Witcher 3 without playing Witcher 1 and 2. So it's kind of a case-by-case thing. At least I think so, Love. There's some Kingdom Hearts games you can play without playing the previous one, etc., etc. As I've mentioned in several elements of the review of the first game, I do think you should play God of War 1. You don't have to. It's probably the most skippable of the quadrology here. Also, and this has nothing. This is not against you in any way, Lava Dude, but I got an answer for why you might not play the first game in a series. Because you can't! Because it hasn't been ported forwards thanks to being locked in an old console. Cough, cough. Heh!
No. Not you again!
I don't know why, but that makes me laugh each time. You know what? I got tons of this. Let's just go and burn some of it. No reason, really. Didn't anticipate this phase of the fight showing up for nothing. Just thought I'd burn some here. Wow, he lived through that. I am actually a little shocked. Oh, that was a mash. That was a mash. Yep, there's a reason we'll be playing the God of War trilogy on 2 consoles. Because we have to. It would have been 3 consoles, but, you know, I was able to get the digital copies of 1 and 2 on this, so... Damn it, I totally blocked that. Mashing this time. So, may or may not remember me saying this in the first game. But this is a nice mace.
Let the rage of the Titans drive your blades, Kratos.
Please don't think you're bothering me at all, Evo. Please. Someone get the newspaper to thwack Evo really quick, please. I don't think I knew that, Django. Yeah, you know what? Let's get a donut for... Do you like donuts, Evo? Yeah, there's a generic newspaper emote. It's not one of mine. You can use donuts instead. Flapper with donuts. Wow. Yeah, come on. There we go. Whacker with donuts. By the way, we're a Minotaur now. Speaking, we got another boss coming up pretty soon, don't we? A lot of bosses in this one. Eat them all, Evo! Dr. Winter asks, have you seen the cut companion trailers for Dragon Age 2? Actually, no, I have not. Are they good? Bad? In between? What's the second one, Django? Don't actually answer that. Sure, Dr. Winter. There's a channel called BioWare, which would be apropos, therefore. And now we have lost Django. At last, it's time to give negatives. I have longed for this day. Alright, so the first negative... I mean, honestly, this game just needs a proper remake. Actually, okay, so let's leave the realm of joking for a second. I would be completely okay with this game getting a good port. Not even a remaster, just a good port. Just port this sucker forwards. Give me God of War 2 or a God of War Collection on the PC, PS4, and Xbox. Excuse me, the Xbox. And PS5, sorry. Screwed up my generations, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean. God of War 1, I'd probably have a proper remaster for God of War 1. There are niggling details and issues that could be polished in that game to make it better. But 2? I mean, fix some of the bugs and put a little spit of polish on it and shine, and we're good. Just give us a port for this sucker.
Warrior, help me!
Sure thing. You're welcome.
Help me!
I was gonna say, I think all these are Argonauts. Could be wrong. Okay, I swear that's... Oh, that's why. That's why. Let's fix that a little bit. So is the Anders one just a shot of someone peeing on a script? Look, I like Dragon Age 2, but screw Anders in that game. What are these, Stalfos? I mean, when we finally review Dragon Age 2, I imagine it's going to be an uphill battle for people to convince me to not give Anders a negative. Or 2. Or 3. I really don't like him as a character, even regardless of Awakening. When you throw Awakening in, that just makes it worse. In 2, I should clarify. I liked him in Awakening. Ooh, right. Meryl's awesome. Meryl's probably my favorite... Meryl or Aveline. One of those two are my favorite companions. Honestly, the short answer, Console Hot, is because Anders is written badly. And that's the simplest way to put that. Anders is a perfect example of a character where the idea, the concept of Anders doesn't actually bother me. Let me talk this out for a second. Goofy Dorcas, who happens to be a mage, a skilled and knowledgeable mage, I might add, happens to merge with a spirit in order to try and save that spirit's life. It slowly twists and warps him until he is a shell of his former self, and he is driven to extreme methods, which starts a war. That sounds awesome to me. But that's not Anders. That's what Anders should be. The idea of Anders, I'm completely with. The reality of Anders is just a prissy little idiot who will not stop whining, and is written by someone who only barely has an understanding of what that kind of writing is required. Anders is not written as a broken shell or a husk or someone who's wrestling with something. He's written like an extremist. Actually, a zealot. A more traditional definition of a zealot. And that's him. He's a zealot. The end. Did you have to? There's an idea. Get off there. Agreed, hyperspeed Volkmar. That's exactly the point. Vanders is literally a first draft character, and that's the problem. That's why he's a negative in its most core element. If you're going to completely change a character like that across 2 games, you need to do a very careful job of it, and they didn't. Does he really need this eye? I mean, honestly, I don't think he does. I mean, he's got a spare, right? Stab it, stab it, stab it, stab it! Yeah, no kidding. 7 years and nobody changes or moves a day. That's gonna be a negative, too. But yeah. Honestly, almost every problem with Dragon Age 2 could be pointed back to the fact that it's such a ridiculously rushed game. 11 months is not enough time to make a game like that. Close. I can't do that with that weapon out, apparently. I'll explain that. Oh, shoot. Bad time to have an itch on my forehead. Immediate screw up. That looks like that hurt. Well, I really want your eye. So if you could just give me your eye, I would really appreciate it. Oh, I like Dragon Age 2 as well. I am legitimately looking forward to the review of that game. Not just because I want to review it, because I want to replay it. I really think the golden number for Dragon Age 2 is going to be a lot higher than most people think it's going to be. Not going to be great, but it'll probably be higher than most people think it is. I believe that's Mario Galaxy 1, World's Best Pants, although I'm not sure of the timing. Can someone do me a favor really quick? Look up when... Oh, jeez. Mario Galaxy 1 came out, please? Please, please. That's a good question, Blade Javal. No, Galaxy 1, specifically, Grand Spectre. If it's that late, I might be off in my timing. 2007. Well, there you go. Gabriella Belmont. Who the heck is Gabriella Belmont? Oh, Lords of Shadow. Right. Yeah, no, that makes sense. I liked Lords of Shadow 1. I hated Lords of Shadow 2, but that's neither here nor there. Yeah, Dragon Age 2 is a game I would love to sink my teeth into to do a remake of. Seriously, I would love to do a proper remake of Dragon Age 2. Probably stretch it out a little bit. Well, stretch it out narratively. Probably shrink it in terms of gameplay. There's a lot of unnecessary padding in terms of gameplay in Dragon Age 2. Oh, absolutely hyperspeed folklore. Honestly, as much as I'm fine playing the Inquisitor in, Inquisition, I kind of wished Hawk had been more relevant to the narrative, so we could follow up on that a bit more. Excuse me. Hey! Treasure! My favorite kind. Treasure guarded by assholes. I then get to brutally murder. Oh, me too, Evo. It was a brilliant decision, too. Ironically, BioWare games... I'm not sure, Andrew. BioWare games tend to be badly managed. That goes back decades. That's nothing new. But Dragon Age 2 is actually probably one of their best managed projects. They actually sat down and looked at it and said, we have a really short period of time to work with this. What should we do? Why don't we just focus on one city and, like, the surrounding areas? That's a good idea. And there's other things. There's little details and changes they made that feel like someone actually thought about it. You know, rather than just making whatever and hoping it sticks. Which is the usual BioWare management method, by the way. No, not him. I take it. Up. That's true hyperspeed folklore, although I don't think I've ever done that in a playthrough, but I'm aware of it. I will also say the giant time jumps with absolutely no indication that time has jumped forward. That wasn't great. That's probably going to be negative territory as well, but whatever. You don't need this anymore. Well, that'd explain why I've never done it, hyperspeed folklore. Oh, absolutely, Blade Cheval. That sounds legit to me. Here's how to do this thing you've done like 15 times already. Oh my god. Why is it trying to do this weird circular thing? Oh god. Okay, we're okay, we're okay. Favorite Titan in game? In this game specifically, I'm going to go with Atlas narratively, but I hate his level. Because it's gross. So I'm going to go with Gaia in 3's level, I think. Which is a rather amusing level, to say the least. Well, I agree, hyperspeed folklore. As the old saying goes, we don't tend to really keep yammering on about something we don't care about. It's one of the reasons why when someone asks me, what's the worst such and such, I usually have to think about it for a minute. Because the worst stuff I don't care about. It's the worst. It sucks. So I usually move on, like, immediately, you know? It's like, well, that sucked. Moving on. I'll hold on to it for now. Listen, Console Hot. We all know the best weapon in this game. And that's my alarm going off telling me I need to hydrate. That is clearly the best weapon in this game. Remember, hydration is important. That's why I'm not pausing the game to hydrate. Because I'm kind of busy right now. Most stylish? That's a good question, admittedly. Oh, didn't even see the prompt. Yeah, I'm actually not looking forward to the Atlas level, because it's gross. Typhon's pretty legit, too. I'll give you Typhon. Alright, just for you, Console Hot, we'll go back to the blades. Just for you. Oh, Dante's... Don't even get me started about Dante's Inferno. That's a game I might actually say no to if you wanted to fund. Oh god. Wasn't ready. We no longer have Artemis's Blade. No, we actually lost it before this game even started, back in God of War 1. You stay here. I'm pretty sure most people have a higher tolerance for gross than I do. Although, in my defense, I have a high tolerance for gross. In general. I just have a low... I'm saying this wrong. I have a low enjoyment of gross? Might be a better way to phrase that. Like, most people enjoy gross. I am not one of those people. Actually, yeah, Blade to All, pretty much. I mean, even games and shows that I rather enjoy tend to have gross that make me go, why is that in this? Yeah, Bloodborne is a good example of that. Or, Soten, Castlevania Symphony of the Night. Which is just... Why is there an enemy made of corpses attacking me? See you around, Evo. I never took the drink earlier, did I? That's a good way to put that, Silady. I like that. I mean, I used to work as a janitor, for God's sakes. I've seen gross. I've smelled gross. Okay, I remember. I remember. This is actually kind of a cute puzzle. I've only played Dead Space 1. I actually enjoyed it more than I thought I would. It also wasn't all that gross to me, except for one bit right at the beginning. How do I get up there? Oh. What did I say, Triaxia? Oh, hell, finally. Yes, well, I've never played Dead Space 1. So I have no idea what I'll think of that one. But Dead Space 2 is pretty decent. That's what I thought I just said just now. Now, Rivers of Blood, a little less so. Yeah, do me a favor and screw off. Thank you. I'm telling you, that spell's the best. Me. Yeah, the Stillborn is still a gross boss. I'm sorry. That makes sense. Unfortunately, while I have an extraordinarily high pain tolerance, certain types of pain are still debilitating to me. So in those cases, that would be low pain willingness. Orphan of Kos is a really good boss fight that is super duper gross. Like, there's parts of Bloodborne, mostly the Nightmare of the Nightmares, that really tested my tolerance. Just, yeah, exactly, love. It's just like, really? Okay, that's horrible. Just straight up. Like, when you say it out loud, it sounds funny. Here's a boss that beats you with its own placenta. But then you actually see it, and no, it's just gross. Great boss fight, though. Gene Roddenberry was the best part about the gross dimension of the Bloodborne. Oh, no, Kiko's more. You're the normal one. No offense. I am 100% in the outlier for finding gross things bad. Gross is very popular and makes a lot of money, and people very much desire gross. I've always been this way, though, ever since I was a kid. Man, even minor things get to me. Got to me. I should use past tense. You want to make fun of me? Ninja Gaiden used to bother me. You get to the later levels, there's like screaming souls in the walls and stuff like that. That's the game. That did not sound like the game. Nope. Screwed up. Timing too. Screwing up all over the place. That's going to get mono back. No, Dr. Winter. I've heard a lot of people say that Darkest Dungeon is going to be a gross problem. Which is interesting, because it wasn't when I was playing it. So obviously they've since added something that's going to be even grosser. Because yeah, we streamed Darkest Dungeon. I don't have any issues with it. Yeah, other than dying a lot, obviously. That's different. Well, that's another thing, too. It's one of the reasons why, especially in the game series we're streaming right now, I'm going to give very specific warnings, because there's very specific things that some people are bothered by and other people aren't, right? Like, when we start God of War 3, there's going to be a, if you're bothered by eye stuff, don't watch this warning. And there's going to be an intestines warning, which is also in God of War 3. a certain warning when we get to Clotho. I'm not actually going to even explain right now. It's going to be a warning when we get there. Now, do this. Yeah, that's the exact one, Lava Dude. What's with the intestines thing? There's no need... Thank you, Hourglass. Very much. Much obliged and appreciate. I will go ahead and put that towards absolutely nothing, unless you want to put it towards something. In which case, I'll put it towards that. Gothic, you got it. Yeah, I know someone personally, who was really bothered by eye stuff. And she was watching me play God of War 3. Yeah. I felt really bad because I didn't know. Like, that was a... I did not mean to cause her that discomfort, you know what I mean? What's funny is I do have a problem with eye stuff, just not that bad. Like, there's a certain episode of Farscape which still bothers me to this day. To use an example. Oh yeah, and then there's Dead Space 2, which also had eye stuff. Sorry, Blade Traval. Fluffy kittens. Just going... Feed me, my human. I shouldn't do that. My throat kind of hurts still. Well, don't worry. It'll be the beginning of God of War 3 we'll have eye stuff. We've got a ways to go there. We probably won't even get there tomorrow. So you got a minute. But yeah, I've noticed, with regards to horror, for me personally, the things that get to me are weird. Organic stuff in general is the kind of thing I'd prefer not to look at or see. But it's so commonplace that you just kind of don't see it after a certain point. Now, what really gets to me is the Dark Souls aesthetic, which I described during the Elden Ring run. You know, that look of the fact that nothing's been cleaned in 20 years. Like, there's a fine layer of dust and fungus on everything. That particular brand of filthy. That gets to me more than, you know, the typical organo thing. Of course I am, Papa Neeks. Are you kidding me? So many people remember that I have to. I can't believe how many people remember that. This... Where's this? Hey, Ross. Oh, that sounds wonderful, Kiko's more. We're going to axe the Dark Souls 1 run. I'm rather fond of it. It's a nice hammer. The Thing is a very well-crafted film, but no, it's super coffee. Yeah, you know what? I kind of agree with that, DJT. Horror, that is to say gross, it's more... the stuff that really gets to me is more discomfort than actual nausea, you know what I mean? Like, when you watch something and it's just... you know, you're just mentally or physically squirming in your seat, just a little bit like, And you don't want to be there. You want to stop perceiving what you're perceiving. It's the same general concept as the get off my screen character, right? A character that you hate can be enjoyable, but a character you just don't want to perceive anymore, you just want off the screen. It's the same concept. Some particular types of horror just make me go, can I just... There we go. We're good. So,
God of War. Jason. That beast took him. All our men are dead. Jason has the fleece. You must save him. The fleece is the key to Medusa's temple.
oh, please don't, Eclectic. I don't know if I could take it. Oh, Jesus. Did I mention, by the way, you can actually switch weapons in mid-combo? God, I love this game. Oh, I'm with you, Lava. I mean, no game is perfect, but this is the perfect game. Yeah, honestly, I would say one of the only sequels that surpasses this in sheer jump up in quality is Portal 2. And I'm a little bit biased, because Portal 2 is literally the highest rated game I've ever reviewed. So... Did I already put in counter design? I didn't. Mass Effect 2? Well, we're reviewing that later this year. So we'll find out. Psychonauts 2 is a hell of a jump, I'll admit that. In fact, hang on, let's pause for just a second. Let's go look at the golden number list. Psychonauts 1 got a negative 3.29. And Psychonauts 2 got 196.46. That's a bit of a jump. That's impressive as crap right there. So I suppose in terms of sheer math, that's probably the biggest jump, but that's a lie. Because FF14 1.0 to FF14 ARR is still a bigger jump. That would be a jump of 206 points. So just barely bigger jump. Yeah, Metroid 1 to Super Metroid would also be a huge jump. Although Metroid 1 to Metroid 2, I'm not so sure. And D1 to D2, well, we haven't reviewed those yet, but that's also happening later this year, so we'll see how that one lines up. I mean, if we're being honest, there's actually quite a few games where the sequel is just a huge jump in quality. But only with emulators, Hard-Boiled One. It's not super common, but it is a thing. It's effectively a form, or a subset, I suppose, of expansion effect. Link to the Past is another interesting thing. Sorry, I was jotting down some notes. Because Link to the Past and Zelda 1, also games I haven't reviewed yet, I'm not sure what that gap is going to be. Or, sorry, Zelda 2, sorry. Zelda 2 to LTTP, I don't know what that jump is going to be. But Zelda 1 to LTTP is probably going to be a huge jump up in quality. There's only one Mario 2. We've actually reviewed Mario 2 under the current system, and not Mario 1. I need to just get that on the list at some point, and then fund it with Dealer's Choice. Probably whenever we do another bundle of 2D platformers. Okay. Yeah, Mario 2 actually didn't review particularly well, which is funny because that's a perfect example of a game that I remember fondly that kind of sucked. Is there not? I guess not. Okay. That's one of the reasons I was so worried about this particular review. Because I remember God of War 2 quite fondly, and that means one of two things. It's actually a good game, or it isn't. Kind of a binary thing there. Yeah, Mario 1 to Mario 3, that's a jump. And I don't, you know, praise Mario 3 as much as most people do, and that's still a hell of a jump up. Now, Mario 1 to Mario World, whoosh. Oh, it's the guy. Thank you, Lava. I kept thinking it was one of the statues, and I was weirded out because I was out of statues. Come here, buddy. Note that this guy is still alive. I think he is. He might not be anymore. I mean, so far I've only come up with one difficult negative.
What are you doing? I need your help.
This is so beautifully messed up. Sorry. Yeah, that was him just now. Begging me for help as I, you know, used him to jam the gears. That's part of the point of this series. Excuse me, it's part of the point of this trilogy. Is that we really are just as bad as the Greek gods we're killing. And we are. Oh, we're not the hero. We're the protagonist. You got a little... Whoa, camera. Whoa, 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 whoa there. Whoa there. Not cool, not cool. Hygiene is important. You can do more damage if you clean up after yourself. God of War 2 is teaching important lessons to people, you know? Things people need to hear. Ugh, this hurts. That was literally the wrong button. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. I mean, Mega Man 1 would have been a net negative if not for the fact that we were reviewing the remaster, the mix, or whatever you want to call it. Nope. That's an interesting question, Popnix. Admittedly, I refuse to review Witcher 2. I would veto it immediately. But I imagine it'd be a really, really big jump. Whoop. Didn't do that. Although, actually... I will absolutely veto Bindings of Isaac. That's a gross I can't tolerate. I'm gonna save for that, I think. That's just way too useful. So 15,000. That's gonna be the goal there. Yeah, look I guess you can't, Ross, but the jump down from FF1 to FF2 was pretty big, too. I don't know what this does. What about Silent Hill? I actually had to veto Silent Hill 2, if that's what you're asking. Didn't really want to, believe it or not. Couldn't get a workable copy going. It failed the feasibility check for streams. Why am I not blocking any of this crap? The timing is weird or something. Buying an actual PS2 copy of Silent Hill 2 is rather expensive. And that terrible, terrible remaster is that terrible, terrible remaster. And that's kind of it. So as with a lot of Konami games, I literally can't get a copy of it. So we're not streaming it. Granted, I do not have an Xbox port, but I thought that was the terrible port. Or I don't have an Xbox port. Jesus Lord. I don't have an Xbox, but I thought that was the bad port. Not frickin' block this guy. What am I doing here? I'm actually trying to block. It probably doesn't look like it. FF10 was not that great of a game when you consider all of FF10. We talked about that before, Ross. Whoops. I can use an emulator if I own the a legal copy of the game. If I don't, well, no. I like to be legally protected when it comes to my job. I know what you're thinking, but you reviewed Terranigma. Yep. Oh yeah, FF10 would absolutely score much better if we didn't include optional content. Exactly, Savacom. I actually bought a copy of Terranigma from a used seller in Europe. It's over there. Don't make me go get it to prove it. I did it during the run. I showed it off during the run to prove that I had it. Reviewed past tense Papanix. And I believe... we did the GOG version, specifically. By far the easiest to pick up and review. Ironically, getting a hold of a copy of Metal Gear Solid 4 was kind of a pain, but I did that, just in case that ever happens. That's a good question. Let's go and try the hammer out. Nope. The block timing's different with this thing, too. Oh my god. You know what's funny, Ross? I enjoy FF8, but I stand by that review. Yeah, if the hammer actually did proper stagger damage to this would be worthwhile, but as is, eh. I'd make fun and say, oh, nobody dislikes FF7. But actually, one of my best friends dislikes FF7, so... Well, I massively disagree with him on that, but that's okay, we can do that, because we're human beings. I have never actually reviewed FFT, that is correct. It was part of the lore run, but that's it. Now, that's a good lore run. I actually stand by that lore run. That does not need to be redone. But we never reviewed it. Or the 13s, or Type 0, or the Dissidias. I can't remember what else we did that wasn't reviewed. I mean, I can understand not liking FF7 as well. It's actually a pretty flawed game. It just also happens to be really good in addition to be pretty flawed, my opinion. I've decided I don't like this fight. I feel like there's a gimmick I should be doing, and I'm not doing it. So we're gonna stick and moving. And there's the stay hydrated alert. Very important. Everyone stay hydrated. The very first Final Fantasy marathon we did, almost 7 years ago, we streamed Chrono Trigger as part of that. Ironically, I've only streamed Chrono Trigger twice, unless you count the TAS, in which case it goes up to 3 times. Oh yeah, FF7 is great, but it's a very flawed game. Very, 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 very flawed. Hi Pyro. Thoughts on FF16? So, bit of a repeat here, so forgive me for those of you who've heard me say this before. Speaking as a fan of games like the one I'm playing right now, I'm very looking forward to the combat. I love Devil May Cry, I love Bayonetta, and I love God of War, so I'm thinking that's awesome. That being said, from what I've seen of it so far, the story honestly looks kind of generic, and I haven't seen anything that makes me invested in it at all, other than the fact that it's there, and it might be good eventually, who knows. So right now, I'm kind of gameplay leaning towards positive, story leaning towards neutral. Now, there's a lot they can do with the story, especially if they focus on summons, but I mean, it's not like focusing on summons is that unusual to a Final Fantasy game, you know? Still, I hope they do something with it. Did you notice the Bayonetta-style boss fights? Let me explain that a little bit for those who haven't played Bayonetta. So in Bayonetta, there's a thing where you could go into, let's just call it what it is, Godzilla mode. You're actually summoning your personal demon benefactor, whose name I can't remember right now. Butterfly Lady, I forget her freaking name. Anyways, you summon her and play as her. And then you fight some Giganto death thing. It is Madame Butterfly, I was right. So, it looks like the summons fights are going to be like that. You actually turn into the summon, and you go and you're Shrek face for a while. With another big ol' summon. And that sounds cool, too. God damn it. I just cannot block this guy. I'm trying to. And every now and I gotta get it right, and I'm like, hey! And it's like, no, no. I guess I should do this, too. Stagger enough damage in there to kill this frickin' thing. Being cautious stuff. Die. Give me that. Alright, now we can start blocking. No, really. This is actually one of the better items of the game. I kind of like this. Check this out.
This golden fleece.
Zero on hyperspeed folklore.
To deflect approaching weapons.
That's shut up! God.
Back to those who deliver them.
I literally screwed that up because you were talking to me and I couldn't move. So that's how that works. How you doing, Jason? You cool? Good talk. All right. What about you, Pyro? FF16. Yeah, by the way, you can do that to the frickin' Gorgons. Tee-hee-hee. And I like parry gameplay, even though I don't care for... Whoop, I screwed it up. Even though I don't care for blocking gameplay, so... 15,000, right, that's what I'm saving for. So yeah, the fleece by itself might actually be positive worthy. Not only does it effectively add a really good reason to parry, but there's a lot of enemies that you can now interact with in a different manner, because you can literally reflect their crap back to them, and it rewards you for having good timing, which I tend to like. Yeah, honestly, Golden Fleece is the only way I did a Titan difficulty playthrough of this game. And, I'm not gonna try and dismiss that or pretend elsewise. Yeah, we keep the Golden Fleece, which is actually one of the better decisions they made in 3. Why Secret of Evermore, Ross? No judgment. I mean, it's the worst game ever, but I'm just curious why you say that. Secret of Evermore would probably fall into the same category as several other games we've covered recently. AKA, games that are unique, or quirky, or interesting, but bad. Because they had a cool idea, and they didn't know how to... Psychonauts 1, you know? I'm pretty sure that's how Secret of Evermore would go. I will interrupt stream just to answer you, exclamation mark. But yes, D&D tomorrow, period. Hopefully, period. I don't have any guilty pleasures. Secret of Evermore? Yeah, Secret of Evermore has bad music. Just to be as blunt about that as I possibly can. Yeah, exactly. What was the first game I learned I enjoyed parrying over blocking? I think it's Devil May Cry 3, which would have been about 2007-ish. I think. I forget the exact year. But I'm pretty sure it's DMC 3, because I'm pretty sure DMC 3 had the Royal Guard. And that's when I really started to use that. And I was into it, you know? Didn't always do it properly, but it's so satisfying when you do it. And it's so rewarding when you do it. Yeah, Royal Guard is just stupid. In a good way. How do you differentiate blocking from parrying? That's easy. Blocking, in pure gameplay terms, blocking is this. So let's say I hold down the button, I am blocking. I let go of the button, block, don't block, block, don't block, blocking. Parrying is when the attack is coming, I hit the parry button. Timing. That's the distinction. A lot of games that have parry mechanics tend to also have block mechanics, including this one. So if you block, for example, you reduce damage taken, and you can, withstand an attack and not get staggered. But if you parry an attack, you actually can counterattack and stuff like that. Yeah, exactly, Kikosmore. It's active defense instead of just holding up the shield. Furthermore, I would also say that parrying is very fun in Breath of the Wild. But, I forget which Street Fighter did it first. But I know one of the Street Fighters introduced what they called Perfect Block, but it was a parry. It was a parry mechanic. And Perfect Block was awesome in Street Fighter. Very hard to pull off. You have only, I think it's 4 frames to do it. 1/10 of a second range. But you get it off right, no damage, no pushback. And just kunk, 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 and then you can immediately, with no animation delay, go right into a counterattack. Was it Third Strike? I believe you. I believe you. I used to love fighting games. I still like fighting games. I'm not as practiced at them anymore. But yeah, no. Oh. Virtua Fighter, Killer Instinct, Mortal Kombat 2 and 3. Exactly like that, Papa Nix. I forget which SNK. Not the one with geese in it, it's after that. Damn it. Didn't get one of them. Speaking of which, Street Fighter 2 Turbo. My personal preference on that bundle. Keep in mind, I never played 4 or 5. Now, I didn't play 4 mostly because of coincidence, really. There's no deliberate choice there. I heard bad things about 5, and so I stayed away from it. From what I understand, they have turned 5 around. I've heard inconsistent reports on that. Oh, okay. It depends, Ross. But if you put a gun to my head, I'd probably say pure turn-based over ATV. And pure action over either. He wasn't using this anyways. Why don't you come over here for a second? There you go. Just stay right there. Thanks. Appreciate it. Notice they give us these enemies right after we get the frickin' fleece, by the way. In fact, I'm gonna try to actually get the timing here. Let's see if I can do that. Come on. So that's what happens when you manage that. Yeah, go for it, Dr. Winter. Yeah, that's the biggest reason why I kind of bowed out of fighting games. Well, okay, there's another reason, but I mentioned that during the Smash run. That right there, that's what T is doing to Mr. Red as we speak. Paid for by the Coffee Association of Britain. Remember, kids, T kills.
My fate.
Asshole. I'll summarize it. One of the biggest problems I had with most fighting games is they had no content. No campaign or story mode or interesting challenge modes or anything like that. So I just kind of got bored. Listen, Pyro. You know, honestly, I don't have a... It would have taken me like an extra 5 or 6 seconds, okay? to take the guy's armor off and not brutally, horrifyingly kill him. Yeah, it's just... Do I look like I got 5 seconds? Come on. Yeah, 3 seconds. We'll talk. We'll talk. Oh, whatever. But yeah, I just felt like there wasn't a lot of content because, for me, because most fighting games started really focusing on the PvP aspect, the tournament support and all that fun stuff. And that's good, you know, that's a good thing. But, I mean, I don't care. You know what I mean? Just fighting one other person, just doing competitive thing, that's just not interesting to me. It's one of the reasons Injustice 2 got my attention so hard. I kind of hope to do a review of Injustice 2 someday, because that sounds awesome. Oh, right. Okay, so let's do it. Exactly, Apollinum. Like I said, it makes sense why they would do that. It makes sense why they would focus on that. It's just, you know, that's not interesting to me. So, no content. So, nothing to do. So, don't play the games. Whoop. That was a misclick. Oh, whatever. And yes, that's why I said Street Fighter 6 really caught my attention, Pyro. It looks pretty awesome. I'm actually kind of looking forward to trying it out. Hint, hint, plug, add to the list. Whoops. Interesting. Let's save first. No. What do you say, Andrew? Strategy games suck, because only a moron would play a strategy game. I have no idea. Who's Giant Grant, by the way? I don't even know who that is. I don't know if I should be making fun of him or not. I mean, I don't like it, Pyro. It's the kind of thing I would give a negative for.
Praise to the sisters for all this day, Kratos.
This seems safe. I know, game. Thank you. There's a body in there. Why is there a body in there? Why is there a body? Okay, whatever. A little quicker, please. Thank you. Oh, I think I know who that is. That's the guy doing the, he played the giant unit mod, right? Yeah, I thought I was gonna die there, Lawfitude. Oh, well, okay. I am all that remains. I know now I will not reach the sisters. Well, why not? Oh, because there they are right there! Behold! Technically PG-13 warning. And boss of the area number 2. Yeah, no. Damn it. Screwed up again. Body slam! If you think about it, it's kind of a wrestler fight. It's kind of cool. Yeah, I think you're right. 3 hits in here. I mean, that would make sense to me, Andrew, but what the hell do I know? We all know single-player games don't sell. According to some outdated idiot from, you know, a few years ago. Hitting you. Just screw you. I mean, I can, but, you know, I kind of want to do the gimmick. I admittedly have a hard time seeing that frickin' wave. I know, right, Lava Dude? Sheesh. Doing the block animation there. That was stoned. I was gonna say, single players doing games don't sell. Nintendo, excuse me. Hey, there we go. Okay, I don't even know how I got the timing on that one. Guessing at this point. I know that. Thank you. Game. Game. Listen, nobody's gonna buy Elden Ring for any reason other than PvP. Only reason people buy games is to PvP. You know what actually irritates me the most about that kind of nonsense? Is how much it sounds like I'm anti-PvP, when I'm actually not at all. I'm totally for competitive gameplay, really. Just because it's not my thing doesn't mean I'm not in favor of it. My problem is idiots, really. I want to break it down. Like, if I ever make that Everlore MMO, it's absolutely going to have PvP in it, you know? I won't do it, but who cares? I don't drink coffee either. It doesn't mean I want coffee to go away. It's such a dumb mentality. I believe it's actually possible to kill her without doing the pillar thing, but I could be wrong about that. I'll have to watch a speedrun of this tonight while I'm getting some work done. Sick of what, Papa Nix? Absolutely, Pyro. That's been true since, like, the 90s, at least. That I got, no problem. It's this thing I can't seem to figure out the timing of. Timing was off. There we go. Come here. It's healing in, because I really need it after failing so hard and so long. Yeah, I remember this face. She's just going to be a twat at this point. Come on. Come on. Yeah, that just rampage attack. They're very Dark Souls-y, speaking of which. I do love how she moves around. She's very agile for her size. Which makes sense, because what we're looking at is almost entirely muscle. So, you know. Well, yeah, it's the Dark Souls thing, Dark Souls thing, Dr. Winter.
Let the rage of the Titans fuel your blades, Kratos.
Come on. So it's actually a little nerfed in this version, kind of, but basically it's more situational than it was in God of War 1. Still useful when it's useful, but otherwise, eh. But no, I'm not sizes, don't be stupid. It's the Dark Souls thing. How many times has there been a Dark Souls boss which is the size of a building and can move, like, at Mach 5, right? Just... Fukong! Fukong! Sometimes you see a large boss and they move slowly because they're a large boss. Sometimes you see a large boss and they move fast because they move fast for their size. That was pretty cool, Pyro. I agree with that. And again, considering she was basically all muscle because of the whole snake thing, yeah, that tracks. Yeah, exactly. Silly idea. Speaking of moving ridiculous speeds, how many of you saw our D&D campaign, this would have been 2 weeks ago tomorrow? Because at one point in time, I had to race across a city very, 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 very quickly. So, we stacked buffs. And I did full round movement actions using bonus actions per round to move even more quickly. Which, meant I was going about 200 miles an hour. Monk. I forget the exact number. We calculated it during the stream. It was ridiculous. Yep, it's hydration time. You can shush now. I rolled for burn damage. I had to do a couple of checks to make that happen, but no, I was fine. Everything's fine. Everything was fine. We killed the bad guys. Actually, we didn't kill the bad guys. Well, you see, what I'm going to do is first I'm going to do a kind of low attack into a reverse grab, and then I'm going to parry perfect block in order to be able to get an ultimate out. I forget the exact specifics, Dr. Witcher, but yeah, it was extraordinarily fast. It was broken as hell. We can only do it, so it actually also required a usage of a ring of spell storing, because haste is a, what do you call it, concentration spell, which means he can only do it for 1 round. So I got 1 round of haste, and then it falls off because I'm out of range. Or something like that. I forget the specifics, but the point is we had to stagger it, and I had to have a ring of spell storing in order to make sure it lasted long enough for me to get the distance I needed, and just so forth and so on. Let me pause that. Pause! Yeah, I had haste on the ring, and he did the other spell, which I don't remember what it was. Something. Yeah, Expeditious Retreat is an underappreciated spell, in my experience. That's been true for a while, too. Yeah, ironically, the only thing I don't like about my monk is I don't do a lot of damage. I mean, okay, that's not true. I do a lot of damage. I don't do as much damage as I want to. I keep trying to figure out ways to do more damage. And yet I keep being built to tank. Or to do things like run at a couple 100 miles an hour across the town. While carrying someone, by the way. I am a Demon Hunter monk, Dr. Winter, which is a, what do you call it, homebrew. Well-designed homebrew. Third made it himself, but it is a homebrew. Keep doing that. Yeah, I'm a slinky monk. So one of my demonic abilities that I got from Jubilex is I can go 15 feet through any space as long as there is actually space there, and there's a place to reform at the end. So, like, if there's a wall with, like, a narrow tube going through it, I can just whoosh my way through it. Like a changeling from Deep Space Nine kind of a deal. What I really need is more attacks per round. That's what I need. I'm typing up a bunch of notes here, don't mind me. I like the idea of Tempest just on the face of it. That's something I want, by the way. I want those speed boosts. Actually, I think I want the boots of Fly instead. I think there's a specific pair of boots that gives me flight with my movement speed. Those are the specific ones I want. Because Now there's an idea, Bragwin. Excuse me. Jesus, Pyro. Clearly, I just need to place a mage if I'm going to want to do more damage. Okay, so I'm still debating a few things, but let me go and update the HUD with where we're at right now. So right now, we're up to there on story. Not great, not bad, you know, it's its own thing. Still debating a few things. On gameplay, well, let's get rid of these stupid pluses. Nobody actually wants pluses. Let's replace those pluses with some 10s. And the difficulty one. And that's where we're sitting so far. I think this game is going to be better than the first one. But for now, it's time for me to chop off for the night. Tomorrow, 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, as per usual, we will continue. We probably won't finish God of War 2 tomorrow. I'm not really in any rush. But either way, I do hope I'll see at least some of you there.